So let's actually jump to the Madara Golsta against Ralf Åkesson's game. So it was some kind of a Caracan.
Yes.
I have to say that Madara is one of the strongest girls her age in Latvia, and I know that she's spending a lot of time on chess. So,
Do you want to go back and look at the game from the beginning, so we just get a feel for the opening here?
So first of all, I have to say that both Madara and Maxim, they play e4, so very aggressive setup.
Right.
And is it what usually Ralph plays? C6 and Caracan setup?
I think he has played many. He's a very experienced player, and he has played many openings. But I think Caracan is one of those openings that he plays regularly. I'm sure it is. It's a very sound opening for Black, and he has always been very. He's a little bit like Pia. He's playing quite principled, positional game, not looking for some tactical solution. Just getting a good position and slowly win. And he's not afraid to play an opening like this with Black, and just defend and then take his chances when they come. So.
I have to say that I think I've seen Ralph for the first time back in the 2004 when I came for the first time to the Rilton Cup, and he played it like every single year, I think.
Yeah. No, he's very active. He plays a lot, and he's been in the Swedish, elite for a very, very long time, because he won the junior European Championships way back in the, I don't know when it was. It must have been in the 80s. 70s, probably 70s. Yeah, 70s, not 80s, 70s probably. So that was a great thing when he did that. That was very surprising. I think everyone was a bit surprised that he managed to do that, but he just proved that he was a very strong player. And then he got the GM title, and so he's a strong player. And I played him many, many times, and I think our score, I don't know, I think is fairly even between us. And
wow, impressive. Yeah, so I think I actually have at the very least one game against Ralph.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very nice to see, and this is something what I enjoyed a lot in our previous matches, when experienced players, especially Pia, for instance, how strong players are able quite a solid systems, not very aggressively, and then just slowly outplay opponents. This is, I don't know, I get a lot of joy looking to.
So should we go forward? We have a few more moves here we can see.
Yeah, actually, I was very surprised to see f4. This looks like I haven't seen this idea.
No, I think I've seen it. It's very unusual, but let's just move on and see how she plays it. It's possible to play like this, but White gets some weaknesses, but there are also some chances with f5 and so on. So it's not impossible to play like this.
Yeah, because this looks just very wild.
It's very wild. She's inviting Ralph to some very tactical game here. Probably, and I think that could be a good strategy. I mean,
yeah,
he is very strong in the positional game, and maybe if she can make him a bit uncomfortable and maybe attack a little bit, that could be a good strategy actually. So that will be very interesting to see how that works out.
I think this is the best strategy when you're 18 years old. You just have to throw all the pieces and try to hit your opponent.
Yes.
With every single.
I think that's a very good idea. And if she plays something that maybe he hasn't analyzed, and maybe he isn't aware of the intricacies, and maybe she hasn't analyzed it, that could be a very good thing in a game like this.
I'm not really sure about d takes c5. I think more logical would be just to finish development, and because why do you need to help black to improve position of their minor pieces? But okay, so takes knight. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, so of course he would like to exchange queens here and just get an ending. But she plays queen e2. I think is a good move in this situation.
Yeah, queen e2 definitely is a good move, just to go away from and try to save as much forces. And actually, yeah, maybe now there's some ideas with f5.
Yes,
probably that's why Ralf plays queen c7 and targeting knight and g3. Okay, long castle, boom. Yeah, to be honest, I think black managed to solve their opening problems.
Yes, black has got. There's one more move: bishop d6, knight e5. We can king b1. I think was played, and bishop d6, knight e5. So this is where we are right now in the game, and white has white's biggest problem is actually this knight on g3. It's not going anywhere. And this f5 move is not possible with the knight hanging on e5. So I don't know. I think the position is okay for black for sure, and it's not so clear what white is actually going to do here. Probably white has to start regrouping, but it's not so easy actually.
Yeah, it's definitely not the position what I would like to play with white. I think objectively this should be around equality, but
equality, but maybe it's a little bit easier. I mean, black does not have a fantastic plan in the position, but black has easier moves.
Yeah.
I mean, there are moves you can play, moves like you could take maybe on e5, but I don't think that would be the primary. But knight d5 is a move that could come up, and king b8, rook h e8, and so on. There are moves to play, and white has to sort of think what to do and find some setup. That's the problem for white.
Yeah, on the one hand, white has more space. On the other hand, a lot of space means a lot of responsibility. So
yeah, there are weaknesses. The knight on e5 must be protected. The knight on g3 is a bit vulnerable. h5 could be vulnerable also. These are classical problems in the card can. I played it a lot with white, and I know that if you don't manage to get some pressure, black will slowly ask questions, and it's not always so easy to find answers with white.
It reminds me a little bit the c3 system in Sicilian defense. You know, when we have pretty much the same, when white gets a lot of space early on, and if they can't really use the space, then pawn on e5 could become a target, and also other pieces.
Right. Yeah, there are targets in white's position. These pawns on the king side are not harmonious in this. You would like to have the pawn on g4 maybe, or something like that, or something. Some sort of coordination there. And but also, on the other hand, as long as you keep the knight on e5, if you can keep the knight on e5, then it's not so clear what black is doing. So at some point, black needs to, either take on e5, but then the f5 will be a problem, f7 maybe. So yeah, not so clear. Interesting game.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I have to say that pawn's majority on the queen side, 3 against 2, is also not something what white can use immediately. So at the moment they're very far, and pawns are not advanced at all. So probably, king's safety for both players are probably very well. So
yeah.
But yeah, at the same time, I think this should be a rather equal fight. So maybe we can jump to the next game.
Sure.
And here we have a Slav game. I can see it immediately. So shall we go real quick from the very beginning?
Yes, let's do that.
So here, yeah, Ilze plays. Actually, I don't remember what was her main move, but I remember that she likes to play very solid chess, and Queen C2 is a nice pre-move. Probably just targeting the F5 square. You know, in the internet, anything could be possible. So, for instance, after knight C3 or E3, you could automatically play bishop F5. So, in here, if you play Queen C2, maybe someone is going to rush with bishop F5, but not this time.
When I don't play D4 that much, but when I played D4 and I got into this position, I have played Queen C2 actually a number of times. Mm-hmm. It's sort of a flexible move, and you avoid, you know, some lines where black actually takes the pawn on C4. And you could prepare to play moves like knight D2 and E4 and things like that, actually play quite aggressively with white. There's also ideas to play E3 and knight C3, bishop D2 and castle queenside. So there are quite a number of plans for white here. It's quite interesting, Queen C2. I don't think it's a bad move.
Yeah. I've also heard some very good reviews from the top players who are considering Queen C2 as very flexible and pretty challenging. So
yeah, it's not a problem.
Yeah, okay. I like this choice.
You avoid some of these extremely theoretical lines.
True. And yeah, I really like the way how white is playing this position. So yeah, A6 probably in Chebanenko style.
Yes.
Trying to get B5 sooner or later, and after H3, yeah, bishop F5 looks like a very reasonable way. But yeah, here we have. It looks like white just simply don't try to go very aggressive on the one hand. On the other hand, they're extremely solid.
So. Yeah, he's playing like a London system more or less with white, and white. I mean, the white's position is perfectly okay. Sometimes in this type of position, the bishop on G7 turns out to be not so strong, because it hits this pawn on D4 and it's very well protected. Mm-hmm. And white can play on the queen side and on the C file, and the bishop on G7, you need to reroute it somehow with bishop F8 and so on. So it could give white some possibilities. I'm not saying white is better or anything like that, but there are some ways to play here for white that could be maybe challenging.
I'm a little bit amazed by the bishop B8 move.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how necessary it was, but probably one of the strategies.
Yeah, the strategy, I guess, is just to exchange the bishops and then play with the knights and the rooks on the queen side, and trying to prove that that black has some regrouping to do here.
Yeah, actually, do you like to play with two knights, Tom?
Yeah, I don't mind. I think it's okay to do that. And what about you? Do you prefer the bishops?
Well, I like to play with bishop pair, but at the same time, I'm enjoying very much when I have a pair of knights. This is.
I always enjoy a good knight. You know, you have this knight and you have this square, and you can put it there and you control everything.
Yeah, cool outposts, and somehow I don't know if I have to choose, then probably I think knight pair. Yeah, I do enjoy it very much.
It's interesting. It's interesting. You need to play well, and the interesting thing is that when you have the knights, you have to be very active. You cannot just stand there with your knights. You have to jump around and create threats and things like that. So it's more dynamic. When you play with bishops, you can just put them. I mean, the bishops are just stronger than the knights objectively. So you can just, play very slowly, and finally the bishop pair is just going to win.
Super slowly.
Yeah, but with the knight, you need to jump around. And I remember one game between Bent Larsen and Bobby Fischer, where Bent Larsen plays with a pair of knights against the bishop pair, and he wins. And he plays like that. He jumps around very actively with the knights. It's a very instructive game, actually, and crushes the poor Bobby.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that was impressive.
So
everyone can check that game out. Okay.
Let's go to the actual position. So
yeah, let's go. Let's see what happened here.
We have a lot of moves here. So real quick, Black played very, very logically. So Ilze just brings her forces to the open C file. White is doing pretty much the same. So we have very balanced position, extremely balanced position. But what I have to say about this kind of exchange Slav, one day it could become very wild. So this doesn't mean anything. And sometimes I even use this strategy when I'm playing against youngsters. I'm trying to get as boring position as possible in this universe. I'm just trying to get symmetrical, mirrored structure without any possibility to sacrifice something, and then they're just dying because white could be so boring. And I'm just enjoying maneuvering. Maybe age comes and I'm not that young anymore. So
yeah, I think Kaan he has played according to his strategy, but I don't know if he has actually managed to get much here with white. I don't get the impression that he has so much. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's somewhat balanced, but this could become tricky, I think, still, because...
Of course, yeah, it's still an interesting game, because there are ideas like knight d3 and and somehow maybe if white could come with his queen down the c file.
Ooh.
Tactics, what's happening now? Queen.
Actually, b3 is a very critical move. So, because if it works, then black could have a lot of troubles here because of the invade to c8. Pretty much what happened in the game. And if you are not taking...
Let's see.
Okay, check. The only move is bishop f8. We have to save the king. And now probably... Oh, there is a knight a6. I missed that. Ooh.
Now we see this problem with the bishop. It's ended up on f8, but white's on the eighth rank with his queen. So suddenly there are possibilities with the knight, and now white can start jumping with knight e5 and things like that. Knight c5 and so on, knight c7. So this could be really, really nasty for black, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
And also, the knight on a3, well, it has a long way back home.
Also, the problem is that actually, both minor pieces in black's camp, they're doing pretty terrible, because this knight, I don't see any way how he can join to the action. So that's why king ran here, and after knight c7 there's a knight e8 jump. So that's what I said when we discussed the power of knights.
Yeah, this is terrible because
oh, so she sacrificed... Okay, not sacrificed the pawn, they just exchanged. So okay, now on the one hand, white white has to think about the b pawn.
As you said, it's a wild game now.
And I want to pay your attention to the time in this game, because Ilze has 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. So she's under pressure now.
She's definitely under the pressure,
but she's playing. She's trying to activate the pieces, and she's had. Well, I don't know. Probably it's very dangerous now, because it's tricky with knights. They can go everywhere. I mean, it's very difficult to analyze. So many moves.
Yeah, just look at these knights. They're controlling everything.
Yeah, they are really, really dangerous. And You know, a move like knight d7 is a big threat. Can you play that now? Isn't that very...
Oh, actually, yeah. I think after knight d7, it could be over.
Yeah, it's winning. So that, yeah, terrible. But he played really nice b3 just in the moment.
Very impressive. Wow. Wow.
When I said that White doesn't have that much, then he played b3 and won the game.
Oh, that's impressive. You know what? That's yeah, a very good game by White, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah, he proved the idea that the knights can be very good.
Yeah, although obviously I'm cheering for Ilze, but I like the way how he played with.
No, but I mean she will
knight pair.
Come back from this game.
Yeah.
But she didn't lose because she played very badly. She lost because he played very well.
Yeah, true. So fair enough.
I mean, this game, the way she played it, it looked perfectly okay. I wouldn't say that she made any.
Yeah, true.
Moves, but it seems like he had an opening strategy here. You know, this bishop takes b8. It was not just a move. There was a plan behind it, and he managed to prove how strong that plan was. Maybe she could have played better somewhere, but yeah, this was a good move because the knights are dangerous, and the bishop on g7 is not a good piece, as it turned out.
Yeah, true. Agree 100%. And well, Sweden is winning 1-0. So yeah, the first game, first result. And okay, let's actually jump to the fourth game because we still haven't seen what's going on.
But we managed to catch the action in this game. That was very nice, and I think it was a nice game, very interesting to
True.
Watch. Yeah.
True.
Okay. So let's see what we have here.
Okay.
So here we have her, Margarita. I said Magda. That was not correct. Margarita Zaritovskaya. Okay.
Yeah.
So she plays white here against the international master Ritvars Reimanis.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a little bit of a generational gap here. Like she's I don't know how old she is, but she should be in her teens or something, and he's like 30, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the position, it looks like it's some Sicilian or something like that. Is that correct? Or
let's go real quick. Yeah. Just through. Yeah, it was Sicilian, and okay, so is it the Boleslavsky line?
Yeah, I was just thinking. It's an old line, Boleslavsky. I learned when I was a junior. No one played it in those days. It was considered not to be so good for black, I think, or white. I don't remember.
Oh, sorry. Accidentally jumped. Yeah, so I think actually nowadays we have a kind of different approach to, I mean, different evaluations of this system, and black is just giving up the d5 and b5 squares, and they also get some squares on dark squares on the queen side. So somehow this is very playable nowadays.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So you can see something like this in many top tournaments, I think, in WGM and even in the candidates tournament, we have seen some games like this. But knight e2 is something like very passive. I think, just short castle would be a very natural move.
Maybe also a move like bishop f3 to control d5, also an idea. Maybe, but then maybe bishop c4 is a problem.
But then maybe knight d2.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, something like that.
So this is
knight d2 looks a bit passive.
Yeah, just because of d5. Because after, I mean, it looks like now black is playing with white, like Yeah,
it's.
Kind of a turnaround.
It's still not critical for white. It's not. There's no real. I mean, it's not lost or anything.
Yeah, sure.
And black has some weakness on the queen side, so it's still a game.
Yeah, for sure. But I would consider knight c4 as the best. Just try to exploit these weaknesses of.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Oh, okay. And here he plays f5.
Yeah. Well, black needs to do something. So looks logical.
Yeah, I like the way how Black is playing so far because he's trying to get more space and like he's just using all the pieces and trying to. Oh wow! And actually, Margarita has only 27 seconds left. So
against 12 minutes, yeah.
So pretty much the opposite example of Kaan against Ilze, right?
Yes. We see the same dynamics here.
And probably now after knight d4, you can't really capture on d4 because after queen d4, there's a double attack to the king and the knight on d2.
Well, there was rook f2, but I mean, you can always take some pawns, b2, c2 falling, and.
But there's also bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5. Yeah. No, but the problem for white now is that the position is collapsing.
Yeah.
And I think it's basically over now because there are too many threats.
Yeah, probably.
The bishop comes to c5 at some point. So the biggest threat is to take on e3 here. Yeah, she resigned. Yeah.
Yeah, and we have 1-1.
That was a very nice game by Black. I think he found some very good moves with the queen c4, queen b4. Very nice maneuver there. And f5 also, I think, was very good.
I think we have to jump to the game between Madara and Ralf. It looks like Black is attacking.
Black has managed to win a pawn. I don't know if that's the most important feature here, because I think, as you say, there's a very strong threat now. Maybe queen f1.
I think after queen f1,
maybe you can move the rook.
I thought about rook c3, but then it's actually mate in 2. So
yeah, okay, a5 also very strong.
a4 with idea to exploit the pin. Ooh.
This looks like a win for Black, because white would like to get some counterplay against b7, but the queen cannot move from f5. That's the problem.
Yeah, all the key squares are covered. So you
Black is attacking and defending very nicely with the rook on d1.
Yeah, so we can say that Black's pieces are just dominating White's major forces. Yeah, unfortunately.
Knight takes f4. You can just play a4, I guess, if you want to, and take the rook.
Yeah, actually, is there any move which could help to? Oh, maybe.
Take with the knight on f4, a4, and then move the knight and try to play the position, but exchange down, and probably it's a mate afterwards with the queen coming to the first rank.
I think this should be losing. But what about queen g4? This could be. Oh, but after queen g4, maybe you just can capture.
Yeah, I think it's just there are too many weaknesses, and the white king is really in a bad spot. So no, I think this is completely lost actually.
But I would try queen g4, because after queen c2, maybe still I can fight with rook c3, and after queen b1, I can run to the b3, and still I have some checks on c8. So at least some chance.
Queen g4, maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe after queen g4, you could just move the rook also.
Oh, yeah, so she sees this one.
Yeah. So we'll see what Ralf plays here.
My point is, if you move rook, let's say, to c1 or to e1, then I can go queen f3, and well, at the very least, I can create one threat.
Maybe rook f1 here.
And then I go queen d7.
Then you have queen d7, yeah.
So maybe this
is. So there are some small chances here to survive, maybe.
This is something, to be honest, what I think a strong player has to learn to do when he has a bad position, not to lose immediately, but try to use every single chance he has.
Right, you have to do that.
Yeah,
and also very important not to despair and give up and make some stupid move, and always try to find a move that keeps the game going, because you will get some chances, and your opponent might be annoyed that he's not winning or she's not winning yet, and then suddenly you get some chances, and it gets real, your chances to survive.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he finds here, but he has he has 4 minutes against 1 minute. But of course, if he thinks for a couple of minutes now, and if he cannot find a good move, yeah.
I would suggest to jump to the other game.
Yeah, we haven't seen Pia for a while, right?
Yeah, right. And here we have a pretty balanced game, actually. So at the moment, material-wise, Maxim has an extra pawn, actually, which is a little bit surprising. And in terms of time,
the two knights again.
Boom.
They could be very menacing here because
I like this move. I like this move.
Yeah. It's an irritating move because what do you play? Because I mean, you cannot. Can you take the pawn on h2 with a rook? Is that playable in this position?
I think. Oh, actually, you know what?
Maybe there is some.
I thought about knight c6 and then knight d5, knight b6, but I'm not sure.
But instead of the rook h2, knight c4 was very strong actually.
Sorry.
After if rook takes h2, white could go knight c4 because the rook is hanging on h2, so threatening mate on e6.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So bishop d7, she's trying to defend here. But now knight d5 is the move.
Knight d5. Knight d5 followed by knight e7 or knight b6. Depends.
I think it should be over, right?
Yeah, it looks so. And he's actually, he likes to attack, so I believe he can. I mean, all the youngsters, they like to attack, right?
Yeah. And Pia she's not very, I mean, she's a very strong player and she can of course defend, but she doesn't like to be attacked like this. This is not.
But no one likes, right?
no one likes it. But some people are more, they are more savvy. They are a4.
And he misses this chance.
He missed this move, but maybe he wins anyway because what can you do with black?
Yeah, actually, queen b6 also could be a move. Queen b6 followed by knight b5, something like this. This is not winning immediately, but still white has a lot of pressure. And rook h2 still is not possible because of knight c4. And
and knight d5 is always,
and knight d5 is somewhere in the air, and both of the players has only 20 seconds, so this is a huge time scramble. And
this is
it also can move. Oh, yeah, queen g7 probably.
She saw knight d5.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I see that we will get Kaan here, and then Ritvars in the studio, so we can talk to them about the games. Right.
And I like the rook d4 move. Rook d4, and maybe still he can go for knight c4 idea.
Now it's a time scramble. They have very little time, both of them.
Oh, nice. Rook d4.
Yes. But there is no immediate threat, so maybe you can. I don't know. No, probably not. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, so Pia tries to go for the king.
Yeah, but it's just a check. I mean, it's just one check, isn't it?
Well, in the time scramble, one check is also sometimes good enough.
Yeah, but king b3, I don't see any follow-up. And
true.
So, I mean, white could do almost anything here. Take the knight maybe with the queen. Is that bad? This might also be good.
I'm not so sure about this one.
Yeah. Right. This is the problem when your opponent defends and you don't actually find the mating idea or whatever. Things can be annoying and you might miss.
Yeah, actually after king c7, I don't really see a follow-up. Maybe knight b5, but this definitely doesn't look like a clean way how to win this game. So, yeah, I don't know.
There is a problem with queen on g1. It's threatening the d4 rook, so there are some things hanging on the diagonal, and the check I think is not very dangerous. But
you can't really take on d4 because of knight b5.
This is true.
So probably, but probably this is winning because of queen f8. Queen f8 and then rook c4. Yeah, I mean, king is too open here.
Should be.
Or actually, knight a7 also was an option.
This should be winning, but yeah, knight a7 maybe now.
What about rook c4? Yeah.
Also good. And now king goes to maybe rook c7 now.
Oh, rook c7. That's a good point.
But I don't. Yeah, it should be made somehow. But
Rook
he has
c7.
no time left. He has to find moves. He might. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So now the question is, can you do something? Check.
Check.
But I think white can always go back with the knight after rook h3.
I'm going to have a heart attack here cheering for for our team.
Yes. No, but he should be winning this. He's 2 pawns up and a strong attack, and black has. I only see one check, more or less, 2 checks.
Yeah, in the worst case, you can run with the king towards a5 square and hide there. If you wish to.
He tries the checks.
But probably knight c3 is the.
Yeah, I think knight c3 is might be the best. Also, c3 is playable, I think, because queen d1, you can go king d4 or something like that.
Yeah, probably.
Even king a2 maybe. There. Yeah, it should be easy now.
But you know, when you have a time scramble, nothing is easy. You're like,
yeah, you don't see anything. I mean, that's true. So
what I have to do? What I have to do here?
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Yeah. So king b4 should be okay.
Yeah, it looks like.
Looks like game over.
Yeah. Wow, what a tense fight. What a tense fight.
That was it. Okay, Pia lost the game. We haven't seen what happened because he managed to get this very strong position somehow. And now he has another feather in his hat, you know.
Yeah, true.
In this line. So let's see what happened. Yeah, Pia went for one of these sort of typical ideas to play g5 and get the e5 square for a knight.
Yeah, actually, maybe Maxims could join us after the so let's maybe start with his game against Ilze and his tremendous victory. So,
yeah, let's look at it.
So I think we're going to have him very soon in our studio. Yeah, and we have to say that Ralf managed to checkmate very easily. So after queen g4, he played queen f1, and yeah, okay. So here we had mate in 2. So final score after first round is 2-2. Okay, so we have.
So that's a good start to the match.
And again, no draws. No, not a single draw in the first round.
We have seen few draws in these matches, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, everyone wants to fight.
Oh, Kaan. Hi. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Hi.
Congrats,
Kaan. Is it okay to do it in English, or do you want to speak Swedish?
It's okay.
It's okay, okay. So tell us about the game.
The game was solid. So I played quick. I did mistake with bishop b8. I should have castled. It was not good move. After it was solid, so I played quick, and yes, this was not good move. Just
we thought that this is your strategy to play with knight pair.
Yes, it was my strategy, but it was not good. Draws easily.
But it worked. It worked very fine in the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
But of course you don't have to take. I mean, it's you can just play on like normal. But tell us about your preparation here. Was this line something you had prepared or have prepared?
I looked it a little bit, yes, but usually I play like this, Queen C2.
Yeah. Okay. So should we go through the game quickly, just or maybe what would you say is the critical point in the game where things go wrong for her?
Because for the very long time it looked like very solid for both of you, and then somehow, probably after you have taken on b8, then slowly but surely, yeah, you started to exploit your knight pair, and so far it looks like no action on the board. So you're still making some preparations, and then probably after knight a2 and yeah, after you exchanged all the rooks on the board, it felt like your knight came here, and you have a couple of weaknesses here, and you're targeting all of them.
Yes, I don't know, maybe a5 here. Because after knight a6, rook take, and then knight c4.
Okay.
Yeah, she made some mistake here because maybe she jumped to c4 too early, something like that.
Knight c4 was mistake because after b3, a6 is hanging, and
yeah, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, sorry. I accidentally opened up.
So when do we start the next round? Do you know that, Nikita? Is it at 12 o'clock or what? Or is it later?
it's
I think it's I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to find out. But Kaan, in the end, you won very nicely with the knights and the queen. When do you think you had a winning game? At what point? Was it when you got your queen to c8?
Yes, I was winning, but then I made mistake. I played knight takes d5, but knight e5 and knight d7 just wins easily because f8 bishop is trapped. But I didn't want queen e1. I thought it was dangerous, but there is nothing dangerous. Just king h2, queen f2, and black can't do anything. I should have played knight e5 earlier. She made a mistake again, and knight e5 still.
Okay, Nikita, do you think you can get the game again?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
We had some problems at finding the game. Anyway, Kaan, congratulations on your win. We were quite impressed by your play, and we wish you good luck in the rest of the match.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, and congrats, Kaan. Sorry for technical problems.
Thank you.
So
yeah, unfortunately, during the analysis, we can't move any of the games. So, and this is kind of a sad a little bit. So we can't.
So let's see. Do we have some? Because I got some link to. I don't know. Did you get the link to the games?
Yeah, I can open that, but okay, let me do it this way. One second. Hi, Ritvars.
Ritvars, you need to unmute.
Yeah.
Oh yes, sorry about that. Hey guys, how are you doing?
Fine, and you? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we have some technical difficulties with finding you. So this is a slight problem, but yeah, how's your impression after the first round?
So first of all, I'd like to thank Nikita for the invitation and like all the people who are behind the scenes working on this. I think it's an awesome opportunity to meet our Swedish competition today. So I think, it's really cool. In terms of the first round, I think it was quite nerve-wracking if we were following the games, so definitely very, very interesting. In terms of my own game, I think I was quite happy with how it went. I think my opponent didn't really know what to do in the opening, and then things sort of unraveled from there. I don't know, what was your impression if you were watching the games?
We watched your game, we went through it, and we thought that once you got to play d5 very early on, you had already equalized the game. And then later when you got your queen to c4 and b4, that seemed to sort of end the game because you got all these threats, and it was just over very quickly.
Yeah, I think, I had a similar feeling, really. I think when she played knight d2, I think that was I thought that was a little bit of a strange move because that, of course, allowed the d5 immediately. Yes. So yeah, usually I don't think white is supposed to play their 92, but and from there everything kind of went just my way.
Yeah. Usually in the Sicilian, when black gets to play d5 like this, it usually ends white's chances to get an opening advantage. We were thinking maybe she should have played like bishop f3 or something to prevent d5.
Well, I think d5 here, like if the knight is on b3, it's actually maybe not so easy to play d5 because there's some knight c5 possible.
Yeah, maybe not immediately, yeah. So maybe just castles for white, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I thought probably castles and like even going for like some f4 or something, because once f4 is played, then also d5 is not as exciting maybe. But yeah, definitely knight d2 was on the passive side. I guess I can understand that she wanted to play knight c4, knight d6, but it's just a little bit too slow.
Yeah. So very good. Nice game, quick game.
Yeah, you played very quickly. That was very impressive. When we joined your game, you had like something around 12 minutes, and your opponent had only some seconds left on the clock. They're like, "What is this one?"
Well, Nikita, you know me well. I play fast and badly. So, but this time the bad side didn't turn up. So I was just playing fast. But it's also because with the situation in the world, I'm not used to playing longer time controls. So I think that was also kind of playing a role today, in the first game. But now I think I'm getting a little bit, okay, I need to slow down and actually use the time. But then again, I think also because my opponent, she didn't really put like proper challenges for me because, this 92 was, really passive. And then, I mean, up until here, everything was, from the book. So I didn't really spend that much time. Yeah,
it was a warm-up game for you here. We hope you get a little bit more problems in the coming games, but we also wish you good luck. The next match starts in 15 minutes. So thank you for coming to the studio. Hope to see you here again, and good luck.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. And absolutely looking forward to the rest of the games because, Sweden, you guys have a fantastic lineup. So, definitely will be some tough fights coming up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, Ritvars, one question. Have you lived in Sweden for quite a moment? No?
No. So I was used to live in Denmark, in Copenhagen, which is like really close to Sweden. So I was used to play in Swedish league for a team from Malmö. So yeah, I have some ties with Sweden. I actually still play for them in this online league that is happening now and then. But yeah,
which team is it? Which team is it you play for?
Malmo Mass. You know.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
Yes. So it's yeah.
It's not the biggest club in Malmo, I think, but it's a very old one.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of tradition, and also the club itself is super friendly. And yeah, I remember the first time I went there, I was just mind blown how friendly the club was, and I never left after that. So yeah,
that's very nice. That's nice to hear. Nice.
Absolutely.
Okay, great to hear, and okay, wish you a lot of success in the match and enjoy the atmosphere.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
See you. Bye.
See you.
Okay, so what should we say about this round, Nikita?
That was impressive, impressive fight. So again, first of all, we have no draws, and I like this one. I like this one, and actually we have Maxim in the studio, so that's great.
Let's
And
have a look at the game.
Yeah, maybe we can go through his game, and yeah, Max, you're muted.
Yes, hello. Hello, Nikita. Hello, Tom.
Hi.
Hello, Max.
Shall we do this?
Congratulations on a scalp here. You managed to beat Pia Cramling. That's great.
Congrats. Can we do interview in English?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, first of all, huge congrats. I already mentioned during the game how you managed to beat Ilmar Starostits in the tournament in Lithuania. So this is second grandmaster you managed to outplay. Very impressive game. So shall we go through?
Yes, sure. We can go. Yes, in this game was Sicilian router system, and on the 7th move, I think, yes, I just played f4. Unfortunately, it is not the main line. The main line is queen d2. When I went f4, I realized that it isn't the main move, and I simply thought that I have a bad position after f4. And when I went f4 move, Pia went queen b6, and I went, I think, knight b3. Yes.
So it wasn't a preparation.
No, of course no.
No.
I didn't prepare for this system. I wanted to play English first move c4, but the last moment I thought that no, I will play e4 and open with this move the game.
Okay, that's actually a good intuition. So
Yeah.
even though you probably did not get the best position out of the opening, but still it looks that yeah, then you found a way how to solve your problems.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and now Pia went queen c7, g4. Yes, and here I realized that I something had in my analysis in chess base, and this position I really saw, but the other way when I play with black pieces but not with white. Yes, and Pia went h6, bishop h4, and g5.
Have you seen this idea before?
Yes. This idea I saw several times, and in Grandmaster games also. And here I simply didn't know which how I can evaluate this position. I thought it is better to play this position for black, but I don't know what here computer says. Knight e5. Yes, queen g3, h takes and g5, takes. Here I realize that I have a good position, that I take bishop on e7, and simply I can play on g and f file in the future, and I think it is the main advantage in this position. Yes, and here on 17th move, I think Pia has to go queen g queen g5, king b1, and maybe no, not this moment, but earlier. Not bishop d7.
Yeah, instead of bishop d7.
Yes, instead. And here maybe knight f6 is easy to play, or queen h4. Queen h no knight f6, yes, but here Pia could do queen h4 move. See, here I calculated one variation when I take a queen on h4. Pia takes, I take a pawn on d6, rook h2, knight h2, rook d1, but I wanted to play rook h1, but I simply didn't know which how can I evaluate this position. Simply equal, maybe 4 pawns. I have, Pia also have this position with 4 pawns. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting. But it seems like you have maybe some slight initiative here at least.
Yeah, because your pieces are slightly better placed.
Yeah,
so
there are some holes in her position, but yeah, I agree with you that I'm not so sure about this h6 g5 plan because it didn't seem to give black so much in this game. But maybe it's okay for black, but white seems to be okay too. So
actually, I think just one mark about this position. I've seen in this type of position that you better take with knight from the e5, and you want to have this pair of knights.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Keeping the bishop on e7, I think, is a good idea.
Yeah, because bishop on e7 is such a strong defender, and it holds the whole position like all together, and maybe somewhere later you can just retreat back with a knight to e5 and have this good formation in the center.
Yes, I agree with you.
Still, white could always play rook f1. It's not so clear. I mean, this type of position is I remember this h6 g5 was a very common theme, and it was considered to be very good for black. But when you analyze it with computers, the computers don't like it that much, actually. So
yeah, you know, it's
because there are so many tactical ideas for white. And the computers see all those things. In the old days, we just looked at the strategy and then we thought, okay, strong knight on e5 must be good for black. But it's
I just wanted to say that you know, Tom, this idea looks like a very romantic from times when you see this perfect outpost for the knight in the center and you're like enjoying. But Actually, maybe here knight takes g4 could be another idea how to exploit this bad bishop on h4. So,
but simply I can take a pawn on h6.
Take on h6, I think, is just.
Yeah, but then at the very least you get something like this. So maybe this is slightly better version of the same thing.
Maybe. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyways,
let's. We didn't see this part of the game actually.
Yeah,
so it's interesting to hear about this.
Yes, I could exchange queens, but I thought that I have initiative here, and Pia has a problem. It is a weak pawn on d6, and I realized that I can go to f2 square, and simply in the future I can move queen to b6 or d4, centralize.
Yes, looks like a very good decision because you need the queen to attack d6. Yeah. So to me, this looks like a very good position for white, and very troublesome for black.
Yes, I also think so.
Yeah. Yes, okay. So let's see what happened.
Yes, the castle, rook d6, bishop c6. Yes, and queen c5. Of course, I could exchange rooks on d8, but so then I wouldn't have any a plan consistent with d file. And I realized to go queen c5 to simply attack knight on e5 and also a king.
Yeah, very impressive. Very good feeling of the pressure and how to bring major pieces to the attack. So yeah, I think somewhere here we joined with Tom, right?
Yeah, we joined. I think maybe after
After knight a5, we have joined.
Yeah. I think it was. We saw knight a5. Yeah. We saw that move played.
Yes, and I think at this moment Pia should to go to the end game and go to rook d8 and simply exchange all pieces and play the end game. Of course, when I have one pawn on h file, but here maybe it's not too easy to win this position. But Pia's king is more active than mine. No, simply take with knight, for example, king c1, king e7, and then king goes to e5 and goes to e3. I think so. And maybe here it's not. Maybe it is draw. Maybe it is winning. I don't know. Simply.
Yeah, probably that was the best practical chance for Pia. And we know that knight endings usually are very tricky, so it's very easy to get loose. So
yeah, this is. It looks active for black, and I agree with that. But the h pawn, of course, is a problem.
True.
My feeling is that this should probably be a draw, maybe. But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I agree. I think this looks like a very good chance at the very least.
Yeah.
But instead of that, we saw bishop d7, and yeah, well, here I think after knight d5 we have seen this move during the live commentary, and we thought that it should be simply winning because queen c7 is a huge threat, and if you try to protect the c7 square, then probably after knight e7, that's just game over.
Yeah, simply didn't see this move, and here I think I had several minutes, 1 minute on the clock, and I was too nervous to find this easy knight e5 move, and I realized to play simply a4 for maybe my idea with a4 move was consistent with move rook d4. No, for example, queen g7, yes, rook d4, and here I had this idea 2 moves earlier where black takes pawn on h2 and I take pawn on b7, and here if Pia takes on my knight, I move rook to b4 and then I give a checkmate. Yes, and it was my plan.
Yeah, it was a very good plan.
Sure.
And we thought you played the game. I mean, you had this knight d5 that was sort of a one-off, but the way you played it, you never lost the grip. I mean, you had the win all the time, as far as I could see.
Yeah.
Did you see anything better for her? We didn't find anything for her.
Yes.
Only 2 minutes to the next round, so maybe you want to relax a bit. It was a very nice game, a nice attack in the end, and congratulations.
Impressive chess, and wish you good luck and fun games. So let's continue our show, and thank you very much, Max.
Thank you. We'll try play my best games. Thank you.
Okay, so we're close to starting the second round.
Yeah, exactly. So
what's the matchup?
What's the matchup? Yeah, just 1 second. I think I need to follow all the players once again.
Yeah, do that. Let's see. I'm going to check it out and see if I can see. Yeah, I think we have Ralf Åkesson playing against Max that we just met. And Pia will play against Madara. And Kaan will play against Ritvars.
Should be interesting.
And Margo plays against Ilze. So we have an interesting matchup where we have the senior Swedish grandmaster Ralf Åkesson playing against the young Max. We saw what he can do against Pia, so that would be interesting. 2 winners playing. Then we have Pia, very experienced woman player against the young Madara. And then Kaan, we saw Kaan playing against Ritvars. That will be a very interesting game to see those two play against each other. That will be a real matchup. And then we have Margo against Ilze. So we have, interesting. It will be interesting games. I think there will be quite even games also. So we'll see. Very interesting.
True, and I like that we have this fighting spirit, and at the same time, we're not playing for thousands of euros here, so we're just
no. This is just for fun.
Playing for fun, but I think this is extremely important to have such events during pandemic.
Absolutely. No, this is our COVID relief.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so here we see Ralf, the weathered, experienced grandmaster playing against the young Max, the YouTuber. And we saw what he could do against Pia. So this will be a real test for him against Ralf. Again, a big test because Ralf is really good as Pia. So yeah, this will be interesting. So it starts. It starts a bit with a sort of Reti or English opening. We'll see what Max plays here. It could go to King's Indian, maybe. I don't know. Do you know what he plays? Does he like to play the King's Indian, for instance?
No, I don't remember.
No. So he plays C5. We go to an English. 4 knights, maybe. Knight C6 now. We have 4 knights.
Yeah, usually Max really like to play some kind of banco setup, and but
I've had this position against Ralf with black, and he played D4 against me. I remember. I think maybe we've had it several times. I don't know what. I at least remember once clearly when he played D4.
I think this is actually a very smart decision from Ralph's side to go for some kind of symmetrical English, because here he avoids direct contact from the very beginning, and this is in general, I think, a very healthy strategy against youngsters, because youngsters they want to close the distance and like play very fighting chess since move 1, basically, and when you have to show some positional skills, like how to develop your pieces and how to react to opponents' development. This takes more understanding. So
yeah. So now we will probably see C takes D5, and black will take with the knight, and then bishop G2, and then I think the knight he plays D4. Yeah.
Wow.
Other line also possible.
That's interesting. I have no clue how you have to react here, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of these lines can get very tactical. I mean, you can see that there are lots of things happening. That these pawns you can take with the C pawn, with the D pawn. The knights can come here and there, and lots of things can happen. So black needs to decide, should he go for some take D4, take C4, something like that, or does he want to go into some sort of Tarrasch defense with the E6 move, also playable for black, of course. Then we get the Tarrasch defense.
I don't think he's going to go there.
I mean, he could take on D4 and then take on C4, for instance. That's one line that's playable.
Yeah, but then you have to be ready to play with these weak pawns, right?
Yeah, that's the line.
And this is also something not very pleasant.
No. But if you don't know this and you play against an experienced player and you're black, it can be a bit nasty, because you have to choose something, and there is no simple solution. You have to play moves and strong moves to get by. So it will be interesting to see what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
So D4 is very interesting because it really creates a mess in the center, and
yeah, I like this move, and like in general approach to the game.
Yeah, I remember I played the games against Peter Heine Nielsen, you know, the second of Magnus Carlsen, and for a while he was the best player in Scandinavia or in the Nordic countries until Magnus came. And I played this game, and he played something like this. It wasn't exactly this position, but the same idea, to play d4 and, you know, create this mess. And I won a pawn, but he put on a very strong pressure with the bishop on g2 and so on. And in the end, I lost that game. And so I know that this is a tricky line, tricky setup for black.
At the very least, what we can say for sure, it takes a lot of time for Maxim to react here.
He has to. But on the other hand, he's a very concrete player. He seems to have a nice feeling for tactics, so I'm sure he can navigate this. But there is a question about the timing. I'm sure this is something Ralf has prepared because
it looks like
he played it fairly quickly, and so very interesting game. Yeah, he goes for the Tarrasch. I don't think that's a bad choice, actually.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a bad choice. I think the Tarrasch is perfectly okay for black to play.
Yeah, but you have to be ready.
You know, Danil Dubov, you know, he has played it with some success.
It's like Daniel Dubov is like a renaissance in chess, you know, because this type of positions with isolated pawn, I haven't seen them for a while because I've studied it a lot in my childhood with one of my first coaches, and I played it for both sides, with the isolated pawn and against it, and we had a lot of practice. And then for quite a while I haven't seen at all on pretty much any level in Latvia or on the top level. I haven't seen isolated pawn positions for a while. And then somehow Daniel Dubov started to play it pretty frequently with this very concrete approach. And nowadays I think you can see them much more often.
Yeah, he started a trend, and suddenly people started. He found this pawn sack that he played. He played it and lost against Magnus Carlsen in some rapid game or blitz game or whatever it was. He goes for c4. Yeah, you can play that. This is playable. Usually you do it with a knight on g8, so you can play the knight to e7 later on. But I guess you could play it here too. I'm not sure what's happening here.
I think definitely you can do that.
Yeah.
So probably here you have additional option to bring your dark square bishop to b4 immediately, and maybe somewhere even take the knight if it's necessary, and then claim that okay, your opponent has bishop pair, but you have a very solid formation and a lot of space. Let's see.
In Sweden, we call it the Swedish variation in the Tarrasch defense to play this c4 move, because way back in the 30s, the Swedish top players, Sweden was very strong in those days, with Stolberg and Stoltz and Lundin, and they all played this line in the Tarrasch with black and played c4.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so we call it the Swedish variation. I don't know if that's internationally a name, but in Sweden we call it the Swedish variation with c4. So,
I'm pretty sure now we are going to do the same in Latvia.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, it's interesting, you know. It's an interesting idea, and I have never really tried it, but a strong player in my club used to play it regularly, and there are some tricks. The problem, of course, is that white has this break with e4. You know, you can go knight e5 and bishop g5 and e4 and go for this center break. Yeah,
that's what I really like to play when I face this structure.
And the problem for black is that you have sort of given up your pressure on the d4 point by playing c4. So black would like to get some sort of pawn majority on the queen side, maybe in some ending and some. So usually black has to suffer a bit after playing c4. That's my experience. but I've never played it myself. I have played the Tarrasch defense though, but not the Swedish line. But
So,
usually in the Swedish we played before we play knight f6, so the knight can go to e7. It gives some maybe more flexibility. But I guess you can play it here too. I've seen it played before, so let's see what happens. Interesting position, interesting game. What do you say? Do we jump to some other game?
Yeah, definitely. So probably we can jump to the Let me think. Okay, maybe Ritvars against Kaan.
Sure, the two winners.
Two winners. So
two of the winners, yeah.
Both of them should feel at the moment very well.
Yeah, I think they do. Kaan was not so happy with his play, but I think he played a very nice game. I think he was a little too critical about himself, but I think he played well. And Ritvars, he seems to be a very positive guy. I mean, he seems to be very, very happy just playing chess. That's very nice to see.
Yeah. That's true, and he is one of the very rare examples. Pretty much, we're contacting pretty often, and pretty much every single time when I write him, he's in a very good mood. So
very nice to see.
Yeah, indeed. So let's just real quick.
Let's see what happened. Yeah, let's go through it.
So here he played knight f3, and we see a Queen's Indian defense.
Right.
Very classical line, very classical approach. No Capablanca line with bishop b4. We have seen bishop b4 followed by a5 and Grishuk against Giri in round 13 of candidates, and it worked terribly for Anish. Although I'm playing this one with black, so actually rook e1 is kind of a tricky move, because here you have two moves, knight c3 or rook e1, and knight c3 usually is met with knight e4, so you're immediately trying to get rid of this annoying knight who's trying to help you to get e4. So rook e1 here is another way how to try to fight for the center. And d5, well, I think this is one of the main reactions here.
Yeah, it looks solid.
I'm not sure if you take immediately, because sometimes you can go knight e5 and have this pressure in the center.
Yeah, I have to admit I'm not an expert on this line. I have played the Queen's Indian with black a little bit, but not much, and with white maybe not a few games, but I don't really know this so well. But of course I know the ideas, the general ideas, and as you say, knight e5 is an important tool at some point, and of course white would like to go e4 at some point, but black has a fairly easy game here. I mean, he has some obvious moves like playing at some point c5, knight d7, and so on, knight c6 maybe, depending on what white does.
And then we could have either isolated pawn positions or
hanging pawns.
Yeah, for instance. So recently I've checked some of the classical games, and I think Anatoly Karpov outplayed, oh my lord, I don't remember against whom he played, but that was the very old game, and everything started also from the Queen's Indian defense. So I think this is a very, very playable system still.
Yeah.
Very solid one.
Yeah.
So, and both of them, they played very logical. So I enjoy when I see players playing with all the pieces on the board, because, you know, sometimes, especially youngsters, they start to play only with a couple of them and just ignoring basic principles of the chess.
Yeah, this is a very classical type of position. You know, there have been so many games with this type of play, and there is always the question: should you exchange, not exchange? what to do, and this type of position you still see in the top tournaments today. So this is an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, right.
I think that the general feeling is that, yeah, maybe white is slightly better, but there's nothing. I mean, it's all about what's happening in the future. You cannot say that anyone is really better in this position. It's not easy to prove, at least.
Yeah, I think at the moment both sides have prepared for the fight, and yeah, so next 5 or 10 moves going to be critical in terms of where it goes.
Should we go forward a bit? We have a few more moves we can check, yeah.
Yeah, so after exchanges, he played knight d2, so I guess the main idea is to exploit pin pattern, and also another idea is rook c7 in case black takes on d4, maybe.
Yeah, at some point, c7 is definitely...
maybe not immediately.
I think you take on e4, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
but he played f5. I think that looks like a logical move.
Logical?
Yeah. To contain the bishop. And then there was an exchange, yeah, right?
I would consider also queen b3 as an option, just to bring queen to the action.
Sure, why not?
But Ritvars decided to take and play knight c4. Yeah, it's hard to say. Somehow,
I think the what's happened here is kind of unusual. Usually, the games don't go like this.
Yeah, true.
The question is who has gained most from this. But it's unusual that black gets f5 e4 like this.
True.
So the question is, did white maybe prematurely take on e4 because he extended the bishop on b7? But I don't know this position. Is it? What do you think?
I think clearly it's black who has initiative right here. First of all,
it depends. Is there some? There could be moves like b4 and queen b3, rook d1, things like that, and some of the d6 pawn could be a problem. I mean, of course it's black's move, so he can do something, but it's not so easy. I don't know.
Yeah, speaking about knight e6.
Yeah, knight e6. So where do you go?
First of all, as I understood, knight e6 is not an option, right? Because you take on f4, I take on b7, you take on d1.
Maybe you can. Maybe yeah.
Then you have
true, because queen b3 is not possible. You have bishop d5 with the knight on f4. So yeah, white has a slight problem. Maybe he could go bishop d6. Maybe is that a move?
Yeah, but again, bishop d6. Let's say black can just go rook c8, for instance, and keep the tension. Yeah, somehow I have feeling that. Okay, let's put it this way. If I have to choose to play this position with white or with black, I'm definitely choosing black.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But it's very concrete.
Yeah.
If white finds a good move here, some idea, maybe there is no such idea. But if there is an idea, there is some weakness on this diagonal b3 to g8. You would like, if you could get in a good queen b3 and then rook d1, suddenly white would maybe have a very good game, but I don't see it happening right now.
Maybe, but I have feeling like probably it's rather equal, but it's white who has to find some precise moves at the moment.
Can you put the knight on e5 and just allow black to take on f4 and just say, okay, I have a very strong knight on e5 and I want to go b3, queen b3, and if you exchange, I get my rooks to the open files and I can play e3, bishop f1 and so on. What do you think about that?
Yeah, probably this is...
And the basic idea is saying the bishop on b7, yeah, it's not the best piece in the game, and if I just play on the black squares and, suddenly black has problems. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I like this idea because knight e5, one additional point of this move is you can actually go to c6. So you can exploit this weak square and try to get rid of light square bishop.
But maybe there is a tactical problem. Knight e5, maybe you can go g5 or something like that. I don't know. But again, if you can provoke black to play g5, maybe you should do that, because it's
I would be relatively happy to see such move.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah. But this could be a great clash here, because
yeah, for sure.
It's very tactical and anything can happen. I mean, white could get an attack, you know, with the b3 g8 thing at some point, or black could rush the pawns. I mean, anything can happen here.
But Ritvars takes a lot of time, so
yeah, because white, as we said, needs to find a good plan here. He cannot just make moves. There are no easy moves here. You have to find the plan.
Yeah, probably I would still consider something like bishop d6 with idea to take and play queen d6 and just
try to ease the tension a little bit.
Yeah, play simple chess.
But as you said, after bishop d6, rook c8, bishop e5, another plan. Rook c8.
Another plan.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Actually, maybe not so bad.
No, I don't think it's so bad. You cannot go knight d6, right? Because then rook c1 and
yeah. This looks doesn't look so great. I mean, knight d6. So that's why probably it would be good to get rook just to switch them.
Yeah, yeah. Also, if you can get queen somewhere, queen b3 or queen a4. He played queen a4. Yeah. Okay.
Just to hit the pawn.
Hit the pawn and get the rook. Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea. Queen a4 is actually a smart move, because queen takes a7 is very annoying for black.
Yeah, true. So maybe he can turn around. Let's see. So shall we jump and
yeah, let's jump.
See how girls are playing here.
Sure.
Oh.
So here we have quite an interesting game also. The black queen is almost trapped on h5.
Yeah, probably king h2 followed by g4 could be an idea somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So,
but at the moment, there's pawn on e5 under huge pressure from all the sides.
Let's say king h2.
Oh, you still want to do that?
Yeah.
So you're ignoring my threats.
That was my idea.
Here in g4 and queen doesn't have any move here. Wow.
Maybe you have some moves after king h2. I think you have g5 as one possibility, and the other possibility would be like knight g5 maybe. Maybe, I'm not sure about that, but so maybe g5.
Yeah. Somehow knight g5 looks more logical, but maybe king h2, knight g5, bishop takes g5 and g4.
Something like that, yes.
And then maybe e6, or just keep this grip with rook fe1 or knight d5.
It looks more comfortable for whites.
Yeah.
I don't like the queen on h5 and knight h7 and everything. He has this pressure on e5, but it seems that white can easily defend against that. So
yeah, it looks like these guys on the king side, they are somewhat stuck there.
Yeah.
So maybe after king h2, the best idea could be just to run away.
Also, yeah.
Just to
just evacuate the queen and play on. Yeah, probably you're right. You should do that. That's probably the best plan. So we'll see. Interesting game.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. I mean, we have to also point out that black has very little time. So white has definitely the upper hand here for sure.
Yeah, that's true. At the moment, it should be more pleasant to play with white. Yeah. So, and still we have a fourth game between Pia and Madara.
Yes.
Ooh.
Also a full board of pieces.
Yeah, a lot of action, and actually, it looks like it was F3 line in Grunfeld. Was
Okay,
it?
shall we just go through the opening, see what happens?
Okay, no, it was Bishop G5.
Oh. Pia, she plays. Is it called the Serwan attack with the Bishop G5 after?
Yeah, I have no idea. Sorry.
Uh,
I played a couple of times Bishop G5, but in other.
I think it's called the Serwan. He played it. I know he played it with D4 and C4. If you play it without C4, I think it's like the Trompovsky, right?
Yeah.
But with C4, it's the Serwan attack.
Okay.
I think.
So,
well, yeah.
Yeah, well, we have a classical Grunfeld here because white.
Well, it's classical in a way, but Bishop on G5, it's sort of unusual. Yeah.
Now we have a very classical setup.
Yeah. So maybe she has lost a move compared to some lines, but maybe that doesn't matter because that move could be F3.
E5. Okay, a very, very classical reaction. So black is giving up a whole center and then tries to undermine it with E5 or F5 or C5. So yeah, here we have huge action.
Yeah. Well, she has created this outpost on D4, and of course white is going to try to.
I like this intermediate moves.
Bishop G4 is good. But she has to be careful because if D4 falls, that could be very difficult for black.
Yeah, true. And sometimes you can also consider giving up an exchange.
Yes, but she didn't do that. She played rook E1, and I think Pia. I mean, she's not reluctant to sacrifice, but
yeah,
I think she's not very speculative in her play. She prefers to play very, very solid.
Yeah, we have seen that many times.
Yes,
even in our matches as well.
So I wouldn't expect her to play something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely.
But she has. I think she plays it very well here. She very, very logically just tries to evict the knight on D4 because if black has to take on F3, then okay, that's a victory for white. And so the question is, what can you do here? Yeah, do you have to take? Probably.
Yeah, I don't really understand why Madara spends that much time.
Well, she doesn't like to take because then suddenly white has such an obvious advantage, and you can play H4, H5, and open G file, and I mean the attack comes very quickly, and black has no play. That's the problem.
Okay, but well, what do you have better here then?
No, that's the question. Could you play something like, let's say, rook C8, and white takes a number of times on D4, and then you play knight A4.
Hold on, but there's bishop on E5.
Sorry, E5 is hanging. Yeah, so you can't even do that. That's true. You have to. So then you would have to play. What can you do?
Well, probably you have to take on F3, and then I would consider something like, oh, okay,
bishop G3. I'm not sure. I don't think that solves much. Rook D1 you could play maybe. Just.
I would even consider. I know that Pia is not going to do that, but I would even consider knight.
Yeah, you can do that, but then black of course would have some counterplay. But rook D1. I mean, what you do after that?
Yeah, probably rook D1.
And then in the end, the black bishop will have to go back anyway. So no, I don't see any big point with bishop G3. It looks a bit desperate, I think. Here.
Well, at the very least, she just tries to solve this problem that bishop was under attack.
Yeah. So I think maybe it was a better chance to just take on F3 and no, that was you. Okay, I was very surprised to see Pia. No, rook D1. I could have bet any amount on rook D1.
Yeah, rook D1, rook C8 already.
Yes. Well, I think rook C8 is a good sign. It means that she's fighting, and it
True.
makes a lot of sense to play that.
Yeah. So, and this is also very much in the spirit of the position, just to give up the pawn and try to use a typical Grunfeld kind of initiative game.
Now I think White can choose. Maybe just take the pawn. Why not? It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, probably you just have to accept the challenge. Otherwise, what we're playing here for? Yeah.
Well, there are many moves for White, of course, but knight d4, c takes, and then bishop takes, perhaps, seems to be very logical.
True.
And Black has some ideas, but it's a long way to get some real counterplay here.
Yeah, for sure. So I would still play this position with White, but cheering for Black.
Of course, Black has, but there's also the time component here. We have Pia with 6 minutes against Madara, who has less than 2 minutes. So this is a problem, but this could also work against Pia a bit because she wants to think and play very logical, but Madara is going to just play moves, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And so this could sort of make the game more random, and that could actually work against Pia. She doesn't like, we saw that in the last game. She doesn't like it when things.
I just wanted to mention the same that we have seen that just right before. So, but on the other hand, she can't really avoid this capturing on d4, right?
No, but I'm a bit surprised that she's thinking so long, because in the end she has to take it. And if
Probably.
she take it now, she has to take it. Yeah, now she.
Yeah.
But she used maybe a minute on it. You don't really have to do that. So
yeah, probably queen h4, rook e8, and some active.
Try to contain the white pawns. You cannot allow the pawns to rush forward.
Maybe knight c4, knight d5.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's not completely over. There's still game going on.
Yeah.
Well, of course, why? And as you said, queen h4, because queen h6 could be a problematic move at some points.
Yeah.
h4 is also maybe a threat now, just to open up. So queen h4 could be maybe the best choice here.
It looks like a very natural. Oh.
Knight a4, yeah. King b1, yeah. Why not?
I would still go queen h4 now.
Yeah. I think at some point. And also you get this threat on e4, taking on c3 and take on e4. So queen h4 now. Why not?
Yeah, this move just looks so multifunctional and so useful.
Yeah.
It
you
can be bad.
Queen h6. You prevent h4. Yeah. It doesn't look too bad. It's a pawn down, but White has not achieved an attack yet. Yeah.
Oh, but I don't really like knight c3 because now after queen d4, yeah, there's a huge threat on the long diagonal. So
f6 is still playable, and it's no big. Of course, you can take a7, but e4 is hanging. So yeah, I don't know. No, I think queen d4 is playable, but do you want to do that? f6 and bishop e5 is possible.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? But yeah, this is a slightly random. This becomes random for Pia, and
maybe she should just play bishop d3, play rook f1. You know, just make these very solid moves, because there is a feeling that if she makes a slip here, Black could suddenly get counterplay. Like I don't know, but e4 could be hanging at some point and so on. So just develop. She's a bit underdeveloped right now with the rook on h1 and bishop on f1. So bishop d3, rook f1, you know, maybe rook f3, just keep pressure, and then at the right moment you come on the long diagonal and so on.
Yeah, exactly.
And also when you're with less than a minute, with black, you're just going to attack whatever is going to be possible to attack.
Yeah, you're just targeting.
You're trying to take something, you're trying to make it random, and white should just keep everything. She has a pawn, so in the long run, she has the upper hand. So I don't know what happens after bishop d3. It's not easy to see any real plan for black, is it?
I think, well, you have to go for
rook e8, maybe, yeah.
Rook e8, at the very least, preventing e5, right?
Yes.
And also putting pressure on e4 and maybe, considering even rook e4 somewhere.
Yes, but I think white shouldn't be too afraid of that because you can always put the king on a1. It's a very safe spot. So I think, she plays bishop d3.
Yeah, and by the way, rook e8, rook f1, then we could see this move. Bishop f4, huh?
Pia tries to get into an ending here, or at least remove the queens, and I understand her because
I wouldn't go away with the queen here. Yes.
No, because
I would consider rook c3 somewhere. So, for instance, if queen e3, I would instantly sacrifice rook for the bishop and play bishop e5 and try to claim that I have a long-term initiative and I'm a super grandmaster and everything is calculated and I'm going for your king.
Yes.
Just a very practical, extremely practical, and
I agree with you. I think she should go for something like that. And that could be also very, very annoying for Pia. Pia wants a very calm, controlled game where she can slowly exchange piece for piece and in the end win with the extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And Madara just wants to keep pieces, and get something to hit.
Stack.
It would be perfect to take on c3 because then suddenly the black squared bishop on g3 would be the strongest bishop on the board, and
actually, the more I look to this position, the more I understand it's not so easy to avoid this rook c3, because if you go for instance queen d2 back, then again I'm just repeating position with bishop f4, and to keep protection of the bishop you have to go to the c line. So pretty much what we see at the board right now. So maybe bishop
e5 is playable, and then you can take with the rook.
She takes, because this is exactly what you said. Pia wants to have control over the board, and here she has.
I'm a bit surprised that she gave the queen, actually.
No, I'm not surprised at all.
No,
it looks very much in her style.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, just she wants to have control.
Yeah, but how can you have control when where you don't have a queen? I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, at least black is not creating any kind of threat right here. So that's the major point.
Not immediately, but with the queen, the queen will always create threats.
But you're feeling much safer, so I can understand this.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Because
I'm just surprised. I wouldn't have expected that. But on the other hand, it shows that Pia wants to win this game, and she's willing to take some risk because she sacrifices the queen for a bishop, a rook, and a pawn, and. That's very interesting, because she could have, said, okay, I slipped up, I will take the draw, She could have done that if she wanted.
But the alternative would be to face rook c3, and then, we have this pretty...
No, yeah, but I'm meaning she could have gone queen e1, queen d2, and said, okay, I don't...
Oh, you mean this one? But okay. Yeah. She wants to play on. And
that's good. That's very nice. I like that. It's a great thing. But I'm not sure it was a sound choice, because I think the position looks
Rook c2 is a huge threat.
I don't think black is worse here. I don't think that. Do you think black is worse?
No, I think it's
I think black is better, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Slightly better in this position, because there are so many weaknesses in white position, and they are protected right now. But in the long run, you're going to exchange your pawns on the queen side, and you exchange your bishop, and suddenly,
Exactly. But on the other hand, if you give enough time for white to consolidate and play something like rook d2 back with the bishop to c3 and stabilize everything, and then
there is no, but stabilize you cannot, because suddenly rook c3 and things happening, or b5 and b4 and how do you stabilize? And as soon as you move the rook, black is going to gobble pawns, take on h3, take on g4,
But I mean,
I think this is really dangerous for white. I'm really surprised at Pia. Maybe she's a bit unbalanced after this loss against Max. This could be the reason she plays like this. Because I don't
know, to be honest, because on the other hand, let's say queen h3, rook h2, queen g4, and maybe even rook h7 ideas. So
maybe. Yeah, I'm not saying, but there are so mia tricks for black here.
True.
Taking on c2 at some point,
Okay, here you see that Pia slowly stabilizes with bishop c3.
Yeah, I'm not sure about rook e8. I don't like that so much.
But okay,
maybe you're right. You were right. This was a very nice thing you pointed out with the rook sacrifice on h7. I hadn't considered that. But yeah, we'll see. It's very interesting. This will be interesting. And
I think this is a very like a good material to learn from.
Sure.
Especially for youngsters, because this is the way how you like change character of the fight, and
I think it's very interesting discussion how to play on the black squares. I mean, there was this gigantic fight where Madara found this very nice idea with bishop g3 and queen h4 and this whole thing and the sacrifice, and Pia counters this by sacking the queen. That's quite interesting, actually.
This game reminds me very much the game between Anish Giri and Dingley Ren from the which round was it? Round 12 or I think round 12 or 11 in the candidates, where he has sacrificed the pawn, and Anish Giri just found the way how to sacrifice back, and then he made a huge turnaround. And here you see, so probably I would consider something like h5 and then use this pawn as a shield on h6 and try to hide behind it.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, probably here rook h1, rook h. Oh, but after rook h1, rook h7, there is a queen h5 idea in the end. So maybe it's not so easy.
No, and I think it's a good plan to play rook c8 again and play on the c5, because there are always chances against the bishop on c2.
Yeah.
So very tense fight. White can go d6, but then of course these pawns will be blocked.
I would try to play e5 and then maybe even e6.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, usually
the question is, if you play, let's say you play e5 now.
They want to sack on c2, but there's no.
I'm thinking about doing something like that. I don't know if you can do it immediately, but yeah, I'm not sure.
I see no follow-up there. This is the problem. King
but
should.
There is also, maybe. Definitely with the bishop on f6, white has stabilized the position a bit.
I don't really like this decision.
Bishop b3?
Yeah. Hard to say why, but...
Yeah, but the risk is that the bishop comes to d3, huh? But maybe it's not the end. Maybe you can...
The problem, for instance, with rook h1 idea and rook h7 is rook h1, I can give a check on d3, and after king a1, I can take and control the h1 square. But okay, never mind. So
Bishop d3 now, maybe?
Yeah, but again, no follow-up. And yeah, I think this has to be extremely tough for black now to play in a practical way. Because these pawns are just going down to the board. Yeah, and bishop f5 probably just a loss, because e6, and what do you do here? Yeah, no, bishop also worked.
Yeah, now it's bishop d3 didn't create much. Now e7 and
e7, bishop a4, and
yeah, bishop
or rook d8.
Rook d8 is mate, right?
Yeah. Wow, impressive.
That's fantastic. Yeah, really good. Yeah, that was a great game by Pia.
Very impressive one.
Very nice. But Madara also played very well in the defense. She only lost because Pia found this queen sack, and then also played it so well as she did.
I would like to see Pia in our studio after this game.
Yeah, that was really great. Yeah, let's hope we can talk to her.
Okay, so let's actually join to the other game. We have plenty of action. I'm not sure we have this game and this game.
Yeah, let's take him. Oh, this is tense.
This is very tense. Okay, let's stay here. So both of the players have 20 seconds, and wow, White's king is probably coming to the center. White has an extra pawn, but yeah, here a lot of action.
Yeah, very, very tricky position.
Oh, yeah, probably. Oh, can you go? Oh, you can't go queen d5 because check, and then
yeah, there's
an attack.
There's a counter check.
And this is actually the last game of the round because I see that the rest of the games are already finished.
Okay.
So we will discuss that later, but let's have a look. Oh, f5. I like this move. Although, can you just simply take?
Yeah.
Then I dislike. And Ritters offered for a draw here. Probably that's not a bad practical decision.
No, it's very cheeky to do that.
Yeah.
No time, yeah. But Kaan wants to play, and I understand him. But it's not an easy game. I mean, it's
he has the initiative, but now
yeah, and he has the safer king, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's difficult to find a plan for White here. How do you protect?
I would try to exchange as much pieces as.
But that's a nice move because rook f6 now, queen takes f6.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
but this looks pretty draw. I mean, not drawish, but
Yeah, I think White should be able to save this because the bishop on c3 is very stable with the pawn, and yeah, this looks okay. I don't think White can win this game with the open king.
yeah, probably. On the other hand, yeah, it should be pretty balanced here in the end of the day.
But White has yeah, I don't know. It's not clear.
On the other hand, they have a pass pawn on the queen side, so everything can happen here, I think.
Yeah, I think Black should avoid the queen exchange.
Yeah, because well, you have to
exploit. Try to do things to the king. Yeah, try to do things to the king.
On the other hand, both bishops are extremely far away, so it should be pretty hard to create something. So maybe.
Yeah, but something like I don't know, queen somewhere.
I like this move.
Yeah, but now you can start checking. Queen g6, queen c2. He didn't want that.
Okay.
h5. Interesting.
Back to c6. Yeah. I'm enjoying this one because I'm not playing. This would be so stressful, with open king. This could be extremely stressful.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Oh, I like the idea of playing the h-pawn forward because this is suddenly creating new threats.
True.
And with the bishops on f7 and f8, what can White do? He would like to exchange one bishop. That would be very good because then he would surely make a draw, I think. So what's happening here? Yeah.
I'm not sure if you can play h3 because of the bishop c5. Was it a blunder, actually?
I don't know. It looks strange. Why did he do that?
Well, definitely he... Oh, But he missed that as well.
But now there's a threat, right? But there was something with queen h2 and
No, I just hide on d3.
And then bishop g6.
Just d4. No, I think he.
No, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
But okay, still you have bishop c5 somewhere in the air, and maybe queen f5 somewhere could be a major threat. What about queen h4? Yeah, that's what he plays here.
But what about bishop c5?
Queen h5.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but oh.
Oh.
But now you have an idea with bishop d5 somewhere, if queen goes to f2, for instance. Yeah, this is very random. I don't know. I dislike White's position now because of the.
But there's a threat. Bishop c5 is a threat now. Okay, yeah, you have maybe bishop queen f6.
Check and bishop h7 somewhere. Yeah, hard to say. Very random. Very random. King c3 and bishop f7 or bishop e6. So bishop c5 probably.
Bishop d5 now maybe.
Yeah, but bishop d5 maybe I can exchange and play queen f7 and still I have very strong pass pawn.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
And also there are a bunch of checks from the first rank.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I hate to play positions like this.
This is like insanely stressful. Insanely. Millions of. Oh, I like this move, or not?
You do? Why?
No, for some reason I thought we can play queen h5.
But like always have bishop f7. I mean.
Yeah, true. Yeah, then I have to cancel all my emotions.
Or also, well, what of the queen e1? What's happening? Yeah, queen e1. I would like to see.
Probably a repetition. No.
Maybe yes.
Oh, and king c1 actually could be a bad move because of the bishop b3. No.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why probably this one is a good decision. Oh, but I don't understood why he played this one. Because now queen is
yeah,
a bit far away, and maybe I can rush with the king to the king side. Back to the king side.
Well, he wants to get bishop g4 check, maybe.
Well, okay.
But then bishop f3. I mean, there is nothing.
No, I think I'm just running. I'm just running towards here, and or yeah. At the same time I can play bishop d3. No.
Yes.
I would go bishop d3. Ooh, this is so stressful. Whoa, he goes king f3. What a brave guy. Bishop h7, maybe?
Yes, definitely playable.
Ooh. Yeah, and then, okay, he goes for it. And yeah, actually, this pawn could become a target right now. Because it's very far advanced and... yeah, that was...
So maybe you can play h2, check, and then king g8.
Yeah, probably, but, you know, it's always better to have two pawns than one.
I agree. No, it doesn't look too good. What's this?
So he wants to prevent queen h5 and queen f5.
Queen f1.
But probably I can... Oh, there's queen f1, okay.
Yeah, that's the point. It's a very tricky move, queen b5.
Can I go king g3?
Yes, probably. King f2.
I don't know why not.
Well, king f2 is good. Well, he didn't want queen g5, I guess, something like that.
But okay, then you just take the pawn, no?
Yes, but I don't know. But now you can... Okay, what's happening here?
I mean, probably
Now queen
they're
e2.
just too stressed.
Queen e2, but then king h1. But then queen e1, and you get the bishop to g6 to d6 with the check.
Yeah, by the way. So king g2, king... Oh, but there is...
The queen e2, yeah. And now queen e1. Or, yeah, queen e1, and then bishop d6.
But let's also not forget about this idea. So there's mate in 1 if as soon as bishop goes away.
But I check. It's a check. Oh.
Oh. Is it a big brain move?
Yes, this is a very big brain move.
No, hold on. Can I actually take on h2?
Probably. And then check, king h1.
Check here. Blah, pop. How does it work? I mean, check here, check here. No, probably you have to go. I think we're going to have a first draw.
Maybe you can...
Some repetition.
Yeah.
Maybe no, not anymore. Because now I should be able to run this or that way.
No, but queen g4 now. I didn't play that.
Queen g4. I think I'm still able somehow to run away. Like
you have bishop g3 then. Queen g4.
No, but I can go king f1 and then king f2. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
So
now we'll see lots of checks.
Yeah, but can I just hide somewhere here?
Yeah, I think so. Now you can go to c3. King d2.
Ooh, what a long battle. Oh,
Yeah.
Queen h5?
Queen h5 wins. No, queen h6. It's not over.
It's not over.
But then maybe you win the bishop's ending.
Bishop ending.
I think so. I think it's a win.
It should be winning.
Because you have two very strong passed pawns, and yeah, should be win. Should be fairly easy, actually.
Yeah, I think. But you have to make a decision.
Yeah, he does. He goes for it.
Actually, Queen g2 maybe was even stronger, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, when we came into this game, I was thinking that black was better, but Kaan never really found the crunch, so to speak. And now probably he is losing this, I would guess. Interestingly, even if white loses both pawns and bishops and the bishop, it's still a draw, right?
Yeah, right.
So white.
I would try to rush the b pawn, not the e1. But maybe you can start also with this one. So with e5 and king e4. I'm not so sure about this one because
There's a danger if you advance too quickly, because maybe suddenly you don't. But I think you should be winning this. Yeah.
But maybe something like bishop f2, bishop g3.
Yes, something like that to gain the diagonal.
Yeah. Or also this could work.
E3, yeah. This should be winning. This should be. So maybe
not 100% sure, but like maybe bishop to c7 and then play b6 and e5.
F4 should win, right?
Bishop f4.
Maybe it's not winning. Maybe it's not winning. You still have bishop g1. Yes.
I thought about bishop f4, and after bishop g1, you can just go there.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't really come closer to b5 pawn.
You can play king b8, b7, c8, b7. Try to go to. Say let's say you play king king c8 maybe.
Yeah, probably you have to go there.
You have to try to attack the b pawn.
But then you can push pawn up to e6, and then that should be winning.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be winning. It should be winning.
Yeah, this is winning. Or he goes immediately. Not sure about this one actually, because maybe then you can rush with the king back to.
Maybe you can go back now and try to. But that should be lost somehow.
Why? You just rush with the king to.
Maybe the pawns are too close. Maybe that's the problem, because you can take on e5 at some point with the king and still be in the square for the.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
so you're still in the corner.
Yeah, so king d7, king e6. Yeah, and he plays it. Yeah, best defense probably. But it's somehow unlikely that you can make a draw. But maybe it's easy. You just go to d4 and take on e5. It's so easy. No, bishop d4 was a draw. Right?
Yeah, bishop d4 should be a draw. Right, but even now I think it should be a draw. No?
Well, you cannot take the bishop on f4, right? Because then the e6 wins. But you still threaten bishop d4. Now bishop d4 again.
Yeah, but still bishop d4, bishop e5.
Bishop d4, it's a draw. Because the pawns are too close. Yes.
Yeah, wow.
This was a great game.
Yeah, I think fair enough in the end.
Yeah, that was. I think Ritvars, he was a bit too fast with what? Yeah, this is also a draw, of course. Now it's very easy.
Yeah.
I thought it was a mistake. It wasn't. Yeah. So yeah, okay, draw.
Okay, the question is: do we want a break before the next round, or do we want to have
the next round? According, what do you know the time for the next round?
I think it's in 13 minutes.
Maybe we should take a little break. What do you think?
Yeah, a little break would.
I think a little break would be good for us.
Would be good, yeah, and also for players.
Well, let's say that we come back a few minutes before half, like 28 or something like that.
Yeah.
And we don't take any interviews in this round because it's we don't have that much time.
Action. But we have to say about the result.
Yeah, what's the results?
The result is 4.5, 3.5 in Latvian's favor.
Okay, yeah, Pia won. And so
Pia won. Ritvars against Kaan made a draw. Ilze also won against Margarita. And surprisingly, but Maxim managed to win Ralf.
Oh,
wow!
Yeah,
wow.
That game we missed completely.
Yeah,
we saw the opening and we had some discussion about this line and things like that. It seems to have been a real fight.
Yeah, it was a huge fight. It was just a huge fight.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he created some.
Yeah. I mean, Ralf has actually he's 3 pawns up here.
Yeah, probably he missed. Did he miss or what?
I think he was very afraid of losing the e2 pawn, but I mean, that's not the end of the game, so he didn't have to sacrifice a piece here. But it must have been time pressure.
Yeah,
a bit sad for Ralf, but that's the problem. Well, the game is not over, but of course Black now has a piece up. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Tough.
Very tough.
But that we are not playing long games. This is rapid games, and you have to adjust to that. So, well done by Max.
Yeah. To be honest, very impressive.
He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and yeah, that's how it goes for the old dinosaurs when you play.
He's also a world champion in chess boxing, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. So he's not only.
So if you lose to him, he says, "Okay, it's time for the second round."
It's time for the second round, exactly.
Yeah. Then you have to box with him. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a break and be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Thanks.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Okay, so we're back for the third round in this friendly match between Sweden and Latvia, and we have a fairly close match. Latvia is leading with 4.5, 3.5, and we are right now watching the game between Ilze and Ralf. And what do you think about this matchup, Nikita?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to discuss what has happened up to this point, because have played 8 games and we have 8 games more. So half of the match played. What are your impression and maybe expectations of this match? How it goes?
Well, I would say that it has gone a little bit like I thought it would go, because we are playing rapid chess, and I think it's very important to be fast and furious when you play rapid, and it can be a bit taxing for the older players, and Ralf and Pia are not young players anymore, and they had some problems, and this your very strong young guy Max has shown that even against these very experienced players, youth and nerves are important, and he has proven that, and he has beaten them both. And I'm not so surprised by that. I think he would have had bigger problems if it had been the classical games.
Sure.
But in this 100%. Format, I think so. I'm not so surprised. And we've seen some very interesting games, like in the last round. We had some very interesting ending, and this nerve-wracking game between Kaan and
Ritvars.
Ritvars, yes, right. That was really a nerve-wracking game to play for the players. It would be nice to hear their comments about that. But I think it's an open match. Anything can happen. So let's see what happens here. Ralf is playing something really solid against Ilze. I think that's good for him, because he needs to recover after this terrible loss he had last round.
Yeah.
3 pawns up and he dropped a piece, which happens when you play rapid. So yeah, I think we can jump, because this looks like a very slow opening, and I don't think there's much to say about this position actually.
Yeah, I agree with you, and let them show what they have prepared, or what they're doing at the moment. Yeah, so maybe we can jump to the Ritvars against Pia. And I think we have seen this one just a couple of minutes ago, no?
Yes.
So, but yeah, again, I think Ritvars played that one with White against Kaan, right?
Yes.
But
it was almost the same. It wasn't quite the same, because I think White have the knight on c3 in that game, or was it on d2 also? Yeah, maybe.
No, knight was in c3 for sure, right. And there is also there wasn't a double fianchetto for.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's not the same.
It's not absolutely the same, but it's similar.
Yeah, it's similar. But obviously, Ritvars has his ideas on playing this, and he believes in them. So I think he does the right thing. He repeats it, and yeah.
I support him. Support for Ritvars.
Yes, and well, I think Pia is quite happy to play this position. It's the time. Yeah. She's very hard-working chess player, and she's trained a lot, and she has. I know from my own experience, when you play Pia, it's not easy to get an advantage in the opening against her, because she knows her opening so well. And I think for her, when she plays a position like this, probably she has prepared this, and she knows what she wants to do, and she has her plans ready and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be very interesting to see the clash of 2 different temperaments, I would say.
Yeah, and I think that Pia should be kind of not slight favorite, but definitely a favorite in this pair. Although at the moment, if Ritvars manages to get, let's say, structure hanging pawns here, So probably he could be satisfied with his life, because he needs some objects, he needs some targets to attack, and yeah, let's see. So this definitely, I have feeling that this game could become very sharp in next.
And he has this typical finesse to, at some point he plays knight to c4, and he utilizes this pin on the diagonal. This is a very common theme in this. When you get the hanging pawns, you get the knight to c4 at some point. Maybe it goes to a5 or something like that, or e3, and you can increase the pressure on this d5 square. So, and also knight b3, like he played, also an idea to attack the c5 pawn. So
yeah,
there are lots of problems for black in these positions. But if black can maintain the pawns and get the queen out and the rook behind the pawns, then suddenly black can have a very nice game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see something like queen e7 or maybe queen b6. One of these moves, and yeah, as you said, black has to maintain control over these hanging pawns. So on the other hand, this is target. On the other hand, you can you can exploit these guys in the center in a very, very fast and furious way.
Yeah, I'm thinking queen b6. It looks like an interesting move. I don't know if how white is going, but okay, bishop e3 maybe at some point even. I don't know.
You know what? Queen e7 can run to knight a5.
I'm thinking knight a5. So queen e7 is, yeah, I'm not so. There is also the possibility of playing, an ugly move like knight a6 here, just to get the knight out. I don't know. Maybe that's not so good. Maybe you can play something like bishop d2 or something to go to a5 again.
Tom, I have a very serious question.
Sure.
We have a question in the chat.
Yes.
But this question is in Swedish, so I can try to read it. And I'm pretty sure you're not going to understand, but we can try that. So the question is, vem spelar vid since dalig på Android?
What?
Okay,
wait,
never mind.
What are we talking about here? Is it on the?
Yeah, pretty sure it's in Swedish.
Yeah, but is it? Yes, but where did you find this? In which game?
On Twitch channel, in the live chat.
Okay.
So maybe we can get.
Who is playing white? I can't see on my.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know which game are they talking about.
Yeah. Right. So
answer, but
okay, I'm going to work with my Swedish.
Yeah. No, but actually, what you said was quite good Swedish. So
yeah, but your reaction was like, "Excuse me, what?"
Yeah, because I didn't know. I didn't understand the last thing. This Android thing. It sounded so strange. But now that I've seen it, maybe I would have understood it if I had thought about it. Anyway, this. In principle, I feel that this is tricky for black. Black needs to find the right position here for the pieces, and it's not so easy actually.
It's very concrete. It's
very concrete, and there these knights are jumping, and suddenly you have these problems on the diagonal. So yeah, I'm not sure about this one. It's a tricky.
Yeah, queen e7 looks like a very solid way, but the question was what's happening after knight a5. So maybe knight a5 is not such a huge thing. Maybe you can just go bishop a6 and claim that life is good. But yeah, hard to say.
Yes, there are moves, of course. Yeah, knight a5 might not be the end.
Yeah, answering to the question, Ritvars plays with white and Pia plays with black.
Right.
So maybe we can leave them and see what's going on in the last two games. And actually, the game between Kaan and Madara has a lot of fireworks. Again, Madara has a queen. So, ooh.
Well, Kaan has a piece that is a knight and a rook.
We have seen the same in the previous game, no?
For a queen and a pawn. So a queen and a pawn against a rook and a knight. Normally a queen and a pawn would be better, but we have this pin on the f8, and also there's a pin on the other, but of course bishop b7 is a possibility, but then you can take and get the rook up there. So yeah, this is a tricky position.
Here we have a lot of juicy pieces in the 8th rank.
How would you evaluate this?
I think white has certain amount of initiative here, so but yeah, we have to say that now it's at the moment it's black to move. So if it would be white to move, maybe I would consider something like knight g5 with bishop c6 idea, and maybe even bishop f3 trying to attack the queen, and actually maybe even we can catch the queen there. So yeah, it's pretty much the same as in Ritvars against Pia game. It's very concrete, extremely concrete, and
there is a nasty threat to play g5, g4. I mean
g4, because
you cannot take with the bishop, and then if you take with the queen, there is bishop h6.
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. So g4 is one of the ideas.
Threats in the position.
Wow. That is very nice. So you have to deal with all these threats, and I would say that at the moment black is under huge pressure. Even if computer claims that this one is perfectly fine for black, and
what happens if you take on the a8, you play rook d8 and then g4?
Yeah, probably.
Isn't that game over?
Probably after rook d8, you have to make some other move, like f6, for instance. Just give up.
Then you lose the bishop.
Oh,
g4.
This has to be a g4, and this is game over, right?
I think so. I don't see any.
Yeah, and he goes for it instantly. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, to be honest, in the previous match, when girls were playing, it was very impressive play from Pia, and at the moment Kaan plays best chess, I think, in the Swedish team. What do you think, Tom?
Yes, I think he plays well. I think he didn't against Ritvars. It was sort of, yeah.
It was still a very good.
It was good
in terms of quality.
Yeah, I agree with you, and they had no time, so I mean, there's nothing to say. Yeah, but this game is over. Well, black can play a piece down ending here with queen c8, but I don't think that's such a good prospect in that.
Yeah, probably.
So queen g4, bishop h6, queen c8, take, and take on f8, and then white has piece up for 2 pawns, but I think it's lost.
It's a very nice miniature. How we managed to get here. So again, d5, and again we're giving up the center and trying to undermine it. Okay, so Kaan just takes instantly and then probably plays. Oh no, bishop e3. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so the game is finished.
Yeah.
But I think it's some very critical theoretical line, and after bishop e3, you can't really take on d4, so you have to run away with a queen. Okay, and then he goes for d5. Okay, so and
now it's like very quick. It could almost be opening preparation all the way.
Probably, yeah. So it would be interesting to ask Kaan if it's opening preparation or not. But yeah, again, the point is all of the white pieces are like king is perfectly safe on the king side, and all the pieces pretty much participating in the game. Probably rooks not at all, but these guys are still waiting for their time to shine. And yeah. What a nice decision. Okay, and probably here it was still I don't know if you can do something, but probably not really.
No, it's once you've seen that there are all these threats to mate and everything. I mean, it's yeah. Well, Bishop B7 is probably not the best move. You might have something better, but I don't know what. I was thinking maybe you have to prevent this G4 move. Maybe you could do something like.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
But it looks very bad.
There's also Rook E8, Rook D8 idea.
Yeah, there are so many ideas.
And G4 and yeah. So I think this
is probably lost.
Wow, very, very impressive by Kaan, and congrats with the victory. So now we have even score again, right?
Right. Yeah. So let's jump.
Let's jump to the game we haven't seen yet between Margarita and Maxim.
Okay. So we have a slightly unusual position here with the bishop on h3.
No, why? I mean, bishop sometimes goes to h3.
Yeah, it's true, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just a little bit. Of course, there is a g5 threat now, so probably you should do something about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think probably you have to go rook a8 because, oh, but I'm not sure about a4 because you have to calculate what's going on after g5. Oh, do you have knight d7 maybe?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, g5, knight d7. It's probably okay for black because then g5 is hanging also.
Yeah, right.
So probably you should just move the knight now. Knight c1 maybe.
Then maybe rook up.
Rook c5.
Rook c5 or rook c4.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if white doesn't get this g5 move in a good fashion here, black seems to have quite a good game actually. Yeah, I think black is better.
Yeah, I think so too.
You need some tactics here, but I don't see it. I don't know. You would like to to play something knight a5 to c6, but the problem is that the d5 pawn is so weak. So knight a5, you can just go to rook c5, maybe take the pawn.
Yeah, I thought maybe you can go for queen a5 and then knight c6, something like that, but
queen a5 now.
Yeah.
But probably you move the queen back.
Then knight d2, knight e4.
Yes, it's possible. But let's say queen b7. Okay. Now
yeah.
Rook c5 looks good. Of course, it's just a pawn. I mean, it's not the end of the game, but rook c5 is not a bad move. Maybe it's not the only move. There are many.
What I don't like after rook c5 is probably white can go knight d3, and if we take rook d5, our rook is somewhat stuck on d5. So
yeah, that's true. But you have moves like
rook d4 maybe.
Rook d4 at some point. I don't know. But I agree with you. It's not clear cut. But if you don't take the d5 pawn, maybe then white can start playing on the king side, and yeah, maybe
yeah, that's also a good point.
So I don't know. It looks logical to play it, but I agree with you. It's not without some problems also. Maybe white is okay here. It's
yeah, probably
shouldn't over-evaluate black's position here, because okay, you can take the d5 pawn, but then white always have some compensation at least.
It looks like in terms of structure more pleasant, but the question is how we can proceed here. So probably rook c4, rook c5 is the right choice.
Yeah, and also in practical play, taking material is usually good. You put your opponent sort of out of balance, and it's difficult to play when you start losing pawns. And, and Margarita, she has had some tough games and some losses, and yeah, it will be tough for her to. And also look at the times. I mean, he has 10 minutes and she has 5 minutes. Yeah. Suddenly she has to play this complicated game and play with compensation for a pawn and things like that. It's not so easy to play.
I think we have to jump to the
let's go forward.
Ritvars Pia game, because a lot of action happened here.
Oh,
maybe we can.
He has won a pawn. He has taken the d5 pawn.
Yeah. At the moment, he has an extra pawn, but these guys are also hanging.
But there are some problems, and there is a pin. We mustn't forget the pin. This is quite a nasty pin, because it's not only the queen, it's also the rook on d1 is unprotected in a way. So
yeah, true.
So how do you get out of this thing? E4, yeah, maybe that's a good move. Then so, now you can take b2, but
he goes for the grip instead of.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think if he had played like b3, then suddenly black would have gone with maybe rook d8 and so on. It could have been very nasty, but
yeah, and also after e5, you kind of stabilize position and try to kill the bishop in g7.
And suddenly you get new threats. You threaten to play e6, maybe so. I'm not sure Pia is very happy with this position.
I'm following our live stream on Twitch.
Yes.
From the phone, and so I can see both webcams of Ritvars and Pia, and well, both of them looks slightly nervous, So I wouldn't say that Ritvars is very confident at the moment.
I was thinking maybe she should put the knight on c7 and e6, play for that type of position.
If my body language reading skills are good enough. Not sure about that.
So what about, let's say, queen b3?
I think Pia's idea is to bring knight to d4, no? Or someone to d4.
Yes.
Such a good outpost in the center.
Yeah, she played knight c6, so you're right. That was the plan.
Yeah, I like this idea because knight on a6 was.
But I think maybe knight c7 instead would have been more exact, if I'm not incorrect, and then go to e6. Because then she would have had the threat on the bishop. Knight c7 here, I don't know, and then knight e6. Same idea, but
the other route. Okay.
I don't know.
It also hit the bishop on f4.
That was my idea, to hit the bishop, but it doesn't matter. Maybe just getting the knight to d4 is good enough. So, yeah. Yeah,
true.
But now white has more options, I think.
But still, this knight d4 idea is pretty unpleasant.
It's unpleasant because there is a very weak square on f3. There's a fork at some point.
And you can't really prevent knight d4, which is kind of annoying.
I was thinking maybe if you can play knight c4 at some point.
But I don't want you to take on b3 and have doubled pawns.
Well, then, you have your extra pawn on the king side, so I don't think a double pawn is.
Maybe.
But I don't know. Knight c4, take, and then knight d4, right?
Probably that's what Ritvars thinks about right here. So knight c4, or maybe he wants to take on b6 and play e5. also could be a move. But then you have to think about rook d8 and knight takes e5, something like that, yeah?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, you have to make a choice. Either you go for knight c4 to get out of the pin and try to do something else, or you have to sort of double down on this and play e5 and all those things. But as you say, knight goes to d4, and what's the plan for white after that? It's not so easy to see.
We have a suggestion in the chat.
Okay.
By Nordic Chess.
That's Ingvar. Yes, Ingvar.
That's Ingvar, yeah. And he's offering queen b5.
That's an interesting move. That's the type of move that you usually don't play. Can you take on d6?
Queen b5. So first of all, I want to understand if there's... okay, never mind.
I was thinking just rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6.
Take on b6, take on d1.
d1 and e1 later then, yeah?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Anyway, that didn't happen. He went for my move, knight c4.
Yeah, and the more I look...
I can understand it because it's sort of... it's
stable.
It avoids getting into maybe a position that's troublesome. This cannot be bad. He will probably lose the pawn back maybe, but his position will be fine. So,
but he has a couple of targets as well. Probably.
Absolutely, I would think that white should be slightly better here, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Yeah, I think so as well. So
because knight d4, of course, then king f2, and the knight is pinned.
I thought about rook d3 after knight d4, but then I realized that you have knight e2.
Yeah, but just
probably
king g2, you know.
Yeah, king g2 looks like
maybe there is something, I don't know, rook b7 or something like that.
Yeah. By the way, we're in a good shape.
Yeah, everything is happening according to plan. But what about rook b7 now? What happens then? But
bishop d6 maybe.
Bishop d6, yeah. No, well, white must be a little bit better here, I think. But I think black is fairly active, and the knight on d4 is nice. So Pia is still in the game. There should be many.
Yeah, for sure.
Many options to survive this.
Yeah, I would consider bishop d6, and after rook c8, maybe something like e5 or rook e3.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, this has to be slightly more pleasant for white, but yeah, let's have a look maybe on the other game.
Yeah, let's go next. Let's see.
So okay, we have 3 games left, and probably let's have a look on the Ilze against Ralf game. So here we see a lot of action happens since the last time we saw this one.
Yeah, okay. Well,
okay, the only hope I see for white is somehow to exploit dark squares and go for the king.
Yeah.
That's the good news. Bad news is probably that's not gonna happen.
I think you're right. Black has all the right pieces to protect the weak squares. The bishop can always go back to f8. The knight protects f6, and there is still a queen on the board. So it's not easy for white to get this attack. The question is,
there's only 2 guys who could join to the attack, basically.
Yeah. Of course, if white makes some move, some stupid move, maybe take on d4 at some point, you take with a pawn and then you go bishop f6 and so on. But I don't think Ralf will make that mistake. So what he plays is very logical. He attacks the b2 pawn with a3. He wants to break this queen side and then nail this weaknesses on the black squares, the knight on d4, maybe attack e5 and so on.
A very classy move. Yeah, I like this type of decisions.
I don't think white's position looks like it's completely falling apart. I mean, white seems to be still in the game here. But it's
yeah, but it's not very pleasant to play. It's like, you're playing because you have to play, but you're definitely not the one who is enjoying the action.
The problem is White would like to play like a move like b3, but then you take on c3 and then there is bishop b4, right?
b3 takes bishop b4. Yeah, exactly.
So, and I don't think you can sack the exchange. Maybe you can. I don't know. The idea would be to sack the exchange and then go for the attack on the king side. Queen to e3 and bishop f6, queen h6 maybe. Maybe you can play b3, I don't know.
Yeah, and we also have a message in the chat from Matis.
Yes.
He's also suggesting b3.
Okay. Yeah, because if you don't do b3, then there is going to be...
But you know what? Maybe actually b3 deserves some attention, because if, let's imagine now it's white to move and we play b3. So after takes, bishop b4, maybe we can go queen e3, takes, and bishop f6 with idea to checkmate.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking when I mentioned b3, but that's the question. Can you do that? Is that exchange sack good, or is it dubious? But in practice, maybe you should do that, because yeah.
Yeah, but probably Ralf is not going to allow that, right?
It's annoying. Well, but it's annoying. I mean, it is typical. You sacrifice the material, and there's a little time. I think for Ralf it would be very annoying to have to take these decisions. Okay, but it's let's see what happens here.
Yeah,
he improved the queen a little bit now, because now he has increased the pressure on d4. Yeah, so if you play b3 now,
it's just so hard to believe that something like b3 could work on.
Yeah, I don't believe it works. I don't think it's good. The pawn on a3 is very strong in the ending.
What about knight c2?
Yes, probably playable.
It looks very weird, to say at least, but maybe it works. Oh, and she goes for it.
Yeah. Well, you need to move something, and I think that's not a bad move. If you take on b2 now, you can. What do you take? Do you take with the knight, or do you take with the? You take with the pawn on b4, maybe.
I wanted to take with a pawn, but actually maybe it's even better to take with the knight, because then it should be pretty hard to protect the b2 pawn. What do you think?
Well, after take on b2, knight takes. Maybe is there a d4 move? Maybe not, because there's a knight hanging on d7. So maybe it's not.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe rain, maybe
no.
Yeah, very hard to say.
It can get very, very tactical here. And there is little time on the clock, so
yeah, probably that's what you want to see with white, because strategically your position is not really enjoyable. So
that's true.
You have to mix up things. And
I think Ralf made a sort of wise decision. He decided to take on c3.
Yeah.
Because he knows that he has all these things going for him. Now he could play a move like, I don't know, maybe even a move like bishop f8, just to
yeah, I also was considering bishop f8 just to retreat and
maybe just double up on the queen side.
Yeah,
super safe on the king, and he can just attack. Maybe get the knight to c4 at some point or whatever. I don't know. There are many ways for black to play here. The only thing black has to watch out for is your plan of bishop f6 and queen h6 at some point.
Yeah, maybe h4, h5 also could be half of the idea.
It's still not 100% clear what that achieves, but yeah, it's a plan. Okay, he goes for the e5.
To be honest, I would just simply try to give up this c3 pawn, let's say queen f4, and just try to ignore it and all threats and try to create something here. Maybe knight.
There is an idea of going to d4 with the knight and b5 and try to activate, maybe go to d6 at some point.
Oh, we have one very impressive result. The game just finished, and Margarita managed to outplay Maxime.
Wow, that was very surprising, I have to say. But go back a few moves, because we had this position with the rook.
Yeah, so we have seen this one up to this moment.
We said that this is very difficult for white to play. I said that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, she proved me wrong.
Wow, I like this bishop f5 move.
Yeah.
And at the moment...
And she's doing everything that you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, very impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, and here maybe it was just better to go with a rook here, but hard to say.
Yeah. I don't know what the times were here, but I understand that he wanted to sort of clarify the position and get a safe. But now he missed something. Yeah, he missed this move.
Oh, he missed knight e5. Yeah, he had a lot of time actually. He had around 8 minutes. So yeah, and after this blunder, okay, now position becomes probably.
Yeah, suddenly the sort of the key ingredient, the pawn on e5 is gone.
Oh.
Suddenly it's everything is just hanging. That was really a great comeback, I would say.
Yeah, that was a huge turnaround in this game.
Yeah, really.
And now just suddenly all the pieces works fine, and yeah, nothing is okay for black. And queen. Oh no.
Well, that's brilliant play here by Margarita.
Oh, and what a finish! What a finish!
Yeah. Oh.
Oof. It would be nice to see Margo in our studio.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Well, these things happen. Even the best can sometimes fall into these things. But she played really nice. She found lots of good moves.
And
so let's see. Pia made a draw. Okay,
Pia already made a draw here. It's a little bit strange to see, but okay, it's a 3-fold repetition. So we can show that here after rook b7, bishop d6, we're expecting something like this, and after rook b3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here Pia found a way how to make a draw, and okay, probably.
I think that was in line with what we said, that she had enough resources to save this game.
Yeah, and now we jump to the last game, which is still in the action, and it's actually 6-5 in
because of
Sweden's favor.
Yeah, because Kaan won this game, and then also Margarita. That was really. Yeah,
true. So that was huge.
Yeah, that was huge, and especially after the opening and the times, it looked like she was going down, but then she started playing like I don't know, like Magnus Carlsen or something like that. That was really brilliant. But
yeah, indeed, and
I've heard a lot of good things about her, that she's such a strong player. So yeah,
very impressive one.
Now she proved it. Okay, good. So let's see what's happening here then.
I think this is another over for us.
Well, yeah, we see the point of having the bishop on f8.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing happening there.
This one is the best worker of the month.
Yeah, in this position, yes. So now I guess knight takes a2. Is that the move? Or knight takes e4, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, probably it's just a matter of style.
Yeah. He took on e4, yeah.
Yeah, and this should be fairly easy to convert.
Maybe some queen c3, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, maybe just queen c4.
Queen c4.
Or queen c3, also good enough.
Yeah, good move. And then just take pawn, and yeah, white has this pawn is forever. I mean, and there is never anything happening. Well, he wants to go for, no, she wants to play maybe rook f1 and try something on f7, but it's too easy to defend.
Yeah, and also you have
Yeah.
like a couple of pins here, so this looks like an over.
You have to play like rook f1 now and go for try to, but it's
Okay, yeah. So
okay, so this was a very good round for the Swedish teams. One with 3.5 a half.
Yeah, very impressive, very impressive.
But I think it was what we saw was some really nice games. Kaan's win was perhaps opening preparation. I don't know. What do you think? Could have been. We would have to ask him about that.
Yeah, it looked very much that he was in the book for a very long time and probably done just one or two practical decisions.
It wasn't that difficult. It was kind of obvious that it was good, but it wasn't early in the game. So okay, Margo. Hello, Margo. Can you unmute, please?
Hi.
Hi. That was a fantastic game. What's your comment? What do you say about it?
Well, I really enjoyed it.
You enjoyed it, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, because we saw the game when you lost the pawn on d5 or sacrificed it, and we thought you had no time when you lost the pawn, and we thought this is going to be really difficult for you. What were you thinking in this moment?
Well, the point was that I actually wanted to have his rook on d5 because, it's not able to move. So I think, I lost the pawn, but it will still be okay. So
yeah. Nikita said that, it's not so clear because the rook is sort of trapped, and I thought, it's trapped, but it's not very easy to actually take it. But then you found some really strong moves here. So tell us a little bit about your plan here. What was your thinking?
Well, I just wanted to open up because his king is still in center. So just open up.
Yeah, and you did. We were very impressed with this g5 bishop f5 plan. That was.
How can I mark this with exclamation mark? I don't have such option.
I don't think it's so easy. Well, you can say exclamation mark.
Exclam!
Yes. I agree. No, but this was really nice. Now he has 2 pawns, but
actually 3 pawns. 3 pawns.
Yeah, he takes h5 too. So, how was your evaluation here, Margo, in this situation?
Well, as I mentioned before, I just wanted to open up. So and I did it. So I was satisfied with it.
Yeah.
Just Alpha Zaritovskaya, sacrifice 3 pawns and then just go for the win.
Were you playing for a win here, or were you playing just moves?
Well, I always try to play for the win. So yes.
Okay, let's just sacrifice 3 pawns and just go for the win.
Okay, let's go forward in the game, Nikita. Make some more moves, yeah.
Yeah, probably this one was pretty critical.
For this position, Nikita previously said that he would have gone for I think rook c4. What were you thinking?
Probably bishop d5.
Bishop d5, yeah.
Yeah, and the question is, can I go somewhere or? After bishop d5, maybe I can go rook h4.
True.
Yeah, so rook c4 would probably have been
after rook c4 you can. No, you can't take on e4, e5. No.
Oh no.
No, you can't.
Then I can take, and I'm still controlling this c square.
That's why.
Yeah, but here, surprisingly, he took on e4. Probably a little bit premature to because suddenly you have real chances here. Now you have plans like knight b4 to d5 and things like that. Okay, so what happened here, Nikita? Can you show us some more moves?
Yeah, I think that g4 just was a huge blunder. So probably it was necessary to play g6 and to have space for the king to run away. Yeah. But after this one, it was just phenomenal sacrifice on e5.
Yeah.
And yeah, because of king still is in the center, just all the pieces suddenly starts to attack. And yeah, probably queen e4 also wasn't something you're expecting normally, because then it was just a suicide game for Maxim. He's like, hit me from all sides. Ooh.
But probably he was thinking, okay, I lost, I gave back the exchange, or I gave the exchange, but I have all these pawns, so it should be good anyway.
Yeah, but like now all the pieces are participating in the action.
Yeah, now it's horrible.
So yeah, very very impressive turnaround of the game.
Let's see the final moves.
Yeah, the final moves are actually just a brilliant one.
Kind of.
And probably Maxim thought that, okay, finally I managed to run away with the king and everything is fine, and now boom, there's queen of fate and the game finishes. This is just probably yeah, I'm trying to remember, but I think this is the best combination in the whole match. So
yeah, it was definitely the best comeback in any game.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there have been some blunders also, but this was a sort of a comeback with very good moves with little time and a difficult position. So very well played, Margo. Very nice to see. And congratulations on the win, because you know that he has beaten Pia and he has beaten Ralf. So he has beaten the two grandmasters in the Swedish team, and now you crushes him like this. So it's a little bit of revenge for those matches. But congratulations on the win, and good luck in the last round.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, congrats, and enjoy the rest of the match.
Yes. Thank you. So when do we play the next round? Is that 50 past?
Yeah, I think still we have 12 minutes.
Do we have anyone more in the?
Oh no, actually it's still almost half an hour.
It's 15:45.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay.
So we have Ralf.
Hello, Ralf.
Right now. Please unmute yourself, because you're muted.
Yourself, yes.
Yeah, probably we're going to see whole game, because we have pretty lot of time right here. So yeah, you're still muted. You should have this option somewhere on the top side of the screen.
I think it's down in the left corner.
Yeah, okay. For me it's
okay.
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Congrats with the victory.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So say something about your games. We have been following them, and in the previous round you were 3 pawns up and then you suddenly lost. Tell us about that. What happened?
Yes. So I guess I had a fantastic position, but when the time got low, I lost my head somehow. But
this is rapid games and it's just for fun, so these things happen.
Yeah, rapid games, and I don't play very much at the moment. So
yeah. But this game went much better, and it was a nice game, we thought. So shall we make some moves and then discuss what's happening?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you're playing Sicilian, and you had a very calm position out of the opening. So we were commentating, and
I don't think d4 is the normal move. I mean,
you mean here, d4?
Yeah, yes.
Usually people play with c3 and d4, right?
Yeah, c3 and d4, or maybe c4 and the knight c3.
Yeah, there are two plans. You can play with c3 or with c4.
Yeah, just to obtain more control over the center, this or that way.
Yes. I mean, it doesn't look like d4 is is hard move.
Challenging, yeah. So probably here you already felt relatively comfortable, right?
Yes.
So not a huge pressure, and yeah. So Queen F3 move is probably a pretty typical maneuver in this type of structures. Try to play against the king.
Yeah, I'm bringing
the position is a bit unusual when the wide square bishops are off, but I mean, in general, white is playing for an attack, and his or her chances should diminish when the bishops are exchanged.
Yeah, true. So normally, I think you should expect light square bishop somewhere on d3, and he looks towards the king. But now, or at least on the e2. But here,
yes.
Yeah, and especially after knight exchange, this looks fairly promising for black, I would say, because of good chances on the c file, x-raying the pawn on c2, and also
yes.
So it looked like you're just in a full comfort zone right here, and you're just bringing your forces to the game.
It's quite easy for black to play. That's right.
Would you consider it to be an advantage for black in this position, or is it just sort of more comfortable?
Well, I'm not sure, but at least equal. But probably I hope to get an advantage later on.
Yeah. I agree with you. It's easier to form a plan with black than with white.
Yes.
Yeah, b5 also is such a classy, such a...
yeah, I get the normal queenside play in the Sicilian.
Yeah, and even though probably some of our viewers could say that, but hold on, here white has a pawn majority on the queen side. Why 2 pawns are stronger than 3?
Yes, but okay. Often I get pressure along the c file. And,
you combine pressure here on the e pawn, on e4, and on the c file, and
yes.
He has too many problems.
Yeah, exactly. So in here, just immediately go for the attack, and yeah, this knight is slightly trapped on b5.
Yeah, it's a bit. Its position is a bit strange.
Yeah, short of squares. So that's why she had to run away immediately, and then you blowed up the center with d5. So yes. I think already here it's pretty clear that black is doing much better. Okay, maybe not much better, but clearly better. Maybe it was better to take.
I'm not sure. Maybe white can try to exchange, or well, he gets some problems afterwards. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, white has to choose between evils here. There's no easy way for white to play. She seemed to be playing for some attack on the black squares on the king side, but
yes.
Yeah, she never really had anything, did she? No.
Yeah, okay, I have to watch out. That's true.
I don't really see a point of going back from the d4 to b3, to be honest.
Maybe prevent bishop c5, something like that.
But okay,
I
think bishop c5 is coming in many
at some point
situations.
But what about f3, just to hit this knight from the center? such an unpleasant piece. So f3, knight c5. Okay, then at the very least, bishop is not coming immediately, and
yes,
it's just
it's true. Knight b3 can be inaccurate.
Because then, at any case, we saw a5, I guess, with a tricky idea to double attack. What a geometry.
Yes.
And it turns out that this knight is going to become a target once again. So boom, just this pawn just goes down to the board, ignores everyone. Yeah, and here finally we see f3. Ooh. But still, like, as we commented with you, Tom, during the game, that it's so hard to create something because only two potential attackers against the king, right?
Yes.
So we were thinking about if there was some possibility to try to sacrifice an exchange on the bishop, the c5 bishop, and then you could maybe get some chances on the black squares. But we can see, look at that. What happened here? Was it c3 and a3? This was the position we were thinking about.
Yeah, a3 is really nice, just to undermine these pawns on the queen side.
Yeah. Yeah, what could get a really weak pawn at the end?
And I was considering also knight c2 in order to, well, put some pressure on both b4 and a3 pawns. But as we discussed with Tom as well, that b takes c3 should be a very pragmatic decision to prevent any random dynamic.
Yeah, black has all the pluses here with the weaknesses on the queen side and the very strong pawn on a3 also.
Yes.
It's just too good.
Watching this game, I have the impression that Ralf is not hurrying anywhere in this position. You know, just slowly, I'm going this way, then this way, just enjoying my life. Have you seen the Zootopia? There is a character, Blitz. So it's pretty much.
I haven't seen it.
You have to see it.
But I know that sometimes my play in such positions is too slow.
Yeah, but on the other,
and here I actually wanted to play some bishop move, but then I wasn't sure.
What about bishop f8?
Yeah, knight let's see.
Knight e3. Yeah, maybe.
Knight e3 probably.
There is a pin.
Yeah. So probably knight b6. You should. But
yeah, that's a very safe move, of course.
Yeah.
Your position is so good that you should just avoid giving counterplay. Yeah. Yeah, this looks very good.
Yeah, and after rook e4 and bishop f8, probably final inaccuracy from the white side, rook c1, because you shouldn't be enjoying having this pin, right?
No.
So after knight c3, just everything collapses because of the double attack.
Yeah.
So yeah,
this was an instructive game. How to play, slow play, and sort of slowly outmaneuver your opponent.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do that in a rapid game. It's very difficult. So I think it
true.
It was a for our viewers, it was a nice example of how you can play a game like this. You don't have to win with the sacrifices. You can just slowly get positions for your pieces. So very nice.
Okay.
So,
One question to you, Ralf.
Yes.
How do you think, is it playing an internet? Is it something very different compared to the real chess? I mean, for instance, rapid chess, so 15 plus 10 in over the board events and in internet.
Yeah, I think it's quite different. You don't see your opponent for a start, and that's already quite a strange feeling.
Yeah, so usually during the game, you're following your opponent's reactions, his mimics.
Yeah, well, I expect to see his or her face and maybe to understand something from that.
Yeah. Well, but at the moment, that's the best we can.
Organize. I know, for sure.
So yeah, thank you very much for joining us, and congrats with this huge victory, because now Sweden leading 7-5, and there's only one round left. So wish you good luck.
Yeah, good luck in the last round. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Yeah, so Tom, we have only one round left. All the games are finished, and we are still waiting for the next round. The question is, do we have anyone else in the chat in our studio?
Well, we don't have that right now. So I think we will just wait here and see if we get someone, or else we will have a break again, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we're going to have Madara, probably. We're waiting for the response.
If we just talk a little bit about the match, I think it's interesting to see how much effort the players are putting into the games. I mean, these are huge fights, and even the losers are really trying to find the best chance to stay in the game. And we look at this game by Ilze. I mean, it's not that she doesn't have plans. She has lots of plans, and against weaker play, she would probably have won the game. Maybe mating on the black squares, but Ralf was very, very careful, and as he said, I have to watch out and so on. So he was aware of the problems, and he avoided them, and he managed to win. So, but it's not like Ilze was completely crushed. It looks maybe like that, but that's not the whole truth.
Definitely. And also, actually, from this game, you can learn from Ralf how you can prevent your opponent's ideas. And yeah, it looks slow. It looks that there's no effort, but in reality, it took a lot of concentration for Ralf to make it happen.
Yeah, and we could hear from him that there were many decisions where he wasn't sure about. Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit better. Yeah, have maybe easier play and so on. It's not like, okay, I'm winning, I'm just going to make these moves and it's over. Every game, every move is a new decision, and every time you have to think about the consequences and not to take risks and so on. And yeah, but he played very well, and this is my experience from playing with Ralf, that he's very good in this aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
He himself said that sometimes he's a bit too slow with his play, but I think in this game he was very well adjusted, and he found really the good. Oh, we have a new guest.
We have Ilze.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
we talked to your opponent, and we have gone through the game. So now maybe we can get your perspective of the
Yes,
same.
I already heard some comments, and so
Okay,
maybe.
So what do you say? What do you say?
I could say not my best game, because really d4 was a bit not out of theory. The problem was normally, or as Rolf said, a c4 or a castle, and after that c3 d4 is main idea.
Right.
So I don't know why I played this really. Normally I play castle, and after that knight f6 and queen e2, and so for c3 d4.
Yeah. So what happened then? How come you played d4? Was that just sort of a mistake, or?
I don't know. It's a bit difficult to say, because I mixed up some theory.
Yeah.
While we're playing on internet, you can always say that it was a mouse slip, you know. Unexpectedly, yeah. I wasn't planning to do that, but you know, mouse slip, yeah, this technology.
Just my cat made the move for me.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That wasn't my fault. That was Cat's fault.
Yeah, but this really wasn't the best. Yeah, actually, which I was listening to the comments which Ralf said, and I think I can agree with everything. Some time ago, I also tried to play c5, and if somebody played for white players the same as I did this, and then it would be the same for black, which I could do some slowly playing.
Even when you make a move like d4, I mean, the game is still not. I don't.
Of course, it's not the final.
No, I don't think white is worse here. I think it's still fully.
It's just equal. It's not. It's.
Yeah, that's the problem. And with white, you want more. So
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think what Ralf did very nice in this game. He just neutralized the tension with every single move and just tried to. This was a very good trade for him. So now he has a clear perspectives in the position, and
I thought that I will be something for in black squares, but somehow nothing really worked. Some h4 h5 ideas or something like that, but there was really this maybe white square bishop missing, and so not.
Yeah, it just takes ages to reach the h6, right?
Yeah, no, maybe not immediately afterwards, after g6.
We thought that there was a moment when you played knight b3. So maybe instead you could have tried to hit the knight in the center.
Yeah, maybe this was the place, because actually I missed a5 move, and my idea with this knight b3 was to change this knight. I thought maybe after f3 and change this, but somehow in this, I think it doesn't. Maybe here, I think it doesn't work here. f3.
Yeah, probably it's not as good as before. So I just remember the basic principle of some of great players of the past said that if there is no necessity, you won't leave center without a clear idea. So
because when you look at this position, it doesn't look like a Sicilian. It looks like it's a French defense.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you look at it from that perspective, white's position is not so bad. I mean, as you say, f3, and you can still work toward.
But actually, I'm also playing in French, this closed e5 variation, so those positions are a bit familiar for me. But maybe not in this. If there is still a white squared bishop, it's always a problem for black.
Yes, it's true, but you have this fantastic knight on d4. I mean, we know that from the French. If you have that knight, usually you can build your game around it, and So I don't think this position is.
Maybe even some crazy ideas with f4, g4, f5, or something like that.
Maybe at some point, yeah, it could be in the mix somehow. But just, keep the position and play f3, maybe put the queen.
F3 it looks good, yes.
And maybe at some point go for this exchange of bishops with bishop g5 and then maybe h4 and so on. You can put the pawn on h6 maybe later on, and there will always be some problems with the black king. So I think this position, when I saw it first, I thought, yeah, this is just normal position from the French, but it wasn't. It was a Sicilian. Yeah. Let's go, Nikita. Let's see some more moves and see what happened here.
Yeah, I think afterwards is just...
A5 was a brilliant move, and I looked at this. We have to show the viewers, because if you just take on a5, let's see this.
But then again, I have the same problem that if I move something that...
you don't. We can talk about it, but queen takes, then you play, I guess you play queen b6, or what do you play?
Yeah, queen b6.
Yeah, but even queen a7 works, because after knight c6, you take with the queen, king h1, you take on e1.
Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe we can show that.
Knight f2, yeah. But
because the rest of the game probably is not so, like...
No, I think the rest of the game is very difficult, yeah. But after knight takes a5, say queen a7 is kind of cute, because of knight c6, take on f2 and take on e1, and then and then you take everything, and yeah, black wins.
Yeah, exactly. So we have the final round starts in just 3 minutes. Okay. And a quick question to Ilze. How do you feel in these COVID times? How active you are in internet? Probably not very active.
Actually, I was just looking at the last play I played in ChessCon was 26th February. So I'm very, very, very inactive in chess lastly, because I'm having a very serious job as a lawyer in very big construction company. It's a new job, quite new, and so this time it's a bit difficult to play chess for me.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your time then.
but I will do my best for the future. To play a bit more.
Good.
More.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So thank you very much, and good luck for the last round.
Thank you.
Enjoy the last game, and then we have just a couple of minutes left, so probably we can focus on the situation. How does it feel? Looks like 7-5. It should be a great feeling, right?
You mean for us?
Yeah.
Yeah. We have lost the 2 previous matches, So,
but all the matches were very close.
Yes.
All the matches.
Yes, they've all been close. So I'm looking at the pairings for the last round, and we have Ralf is playing against Ritvars. That will be a very good game, I think.
Yeah.
Pia will play against Ilze.
Oh, interesting as well.
And then we have Kaan playing against Makss.
Youngsters are facing each other.
Yeah, and then we have Margo against Madara.
Ooh.
So you can say that we now have the sort of the same players. We have the senior men playing against each other, the senior women, and the junior boys and the junior girls playing each other in this last round. So
yeah, finally we have reached this point.
Yeah, we get the sort of the natural pairing. So that will be an interesting and good end to this match.
Yeah, and also I think that Kaan, like all the games should be very interesting, but Kaan against Maxim also, because
I think that would be great.
Probably especially this pair.
We will have a special look at that. But I think all the games will be interesting, and who knows who is going to be a star in this round? We'll see.
Yeah, so probably we have to say that only 2 draws happened in the whole match.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, this is something unique, I would say. Not so unique as in the previous match when all the games were resultative, but still. So
was it that the junior match? Yeah, or no? It was the women's ladies.
No,
match.
Yeah, it was ladies match.
Yeah, ladies match.
So we have very last round started. We need, at the very least, 3 victories to even the score.
No, you only need two victories and 2 draws.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
That's
that
also good enough.
Natural way. So we have a Catalan, right?
We have a Catalan.
And Black has taken the pawn on c4.
Why a4? A4 immediately. Haven't seen this one. Usually you play queen c2 first. Is it some kind of a modern?
Yeah, this is probably a preparation from Ralph's side. I mean, he has his lines, and probably he plays this thing.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it cannot be bad. Maybe it's not the sharpest move.
Yeah,
but I think Ralph he's not looking for sharpness necessarily. I think he prefers stability over
as much as Pia.
Yeah, they have a very similar. Still, in this match, Pia sacrificed the queen. So.
Yeah, but it was necessary. Otherwise,
I know that. But anyway, that's not every day, I can say.
Oh, they're playing very fast. Either they're tired, either, and they want to finish it as quick as possible.
Well, the fact that Ralph is playing fast is not so surprising because I think since he played the a4 move, which is the slightly unusual move, he probably has prepared that.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe Ritvars has also prepared this. I don't know.
I wouldn't be so confident.
Well, you know him. Maybe he's not working hard on chess that way, but I mean, knight c6, rook b8. I mean, these are not unnatural moves. These are quite natural moves to play.
Yeah, true. So I would consider something like this, maybe just to support c4 pawn.
Something like that. That could be the plan.
Or maybe knight a5.
Knight a5 is also a plan. And Ralph is thinking, so probably Ritvars has played something that he hasn't looked at. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this rook b8 move. Knight a5 followed by c5 looked more.
Yeah, I agree with you. Rook b8 is maybe
more
not
natural.
the most natural move. The only reason would be if he now played something with b5. I don't know, a6, b5, but it doesn't look so good now when you get the knight to c4 and then to e5.
But maybe still you can go for knight a5 followed by c5.
Yes, of course. Yes, it's playable.
Most likely.
I guess knight a5, you play queen c2, right?
Yeah,
Probably.
maybe c5. And if you take on c5, they have some weird queen d3.
Yes, true.
Not sure.
It's not clear.
Not clear at all.
This could also get quite messy, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he go for b6 setup. Wow. Ooh.
Okay, bishop a6 coming. So knight takes c4, bishop a6. I guess you play like b3 maybe then, or what do you do?
Yeah, b3 looks very safe.
Solid move. Yeah. I mean, black's position looks it's no big problem for black here. I mean, there is bishop b7. That was surprising.
But this setup looks slightly weird with rook b8. right?
Well, the only reason would be that you cannot play it maybe without rook b8 due to knight e5 at some point.
Yeah. Right. So, okay, let's jump to the next game.
Yes.
So it looks like position has stabilized a little bit, and to be honest, I think Ritvars could have reacted better. But okay, the main thing for them just probably.
But I think this looks fairly okay because you always have the knight b4 move, maybe, and a5, and maybe start exchanging things. White should be slightly better, but it's not dramatic in any way.
Yeah, it's not dramatic, definitely. It's just hard for me to look at this rook on b8.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bit slow, but I think a4 is also quite slow move. I mean,
I want to cry, Tom.
You can do that.
Yeah, because this rook is just why? What happened in his life to bring his?
But there will be other moves. You can move it again. I mean, you can find another way.
Okay, let's move on. And there's a lot of action in youngsters game. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Max.
Okay, let me say this. Kaan plays Kaan.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. He plays the Kaan variation in the Sicilian, and let's have a look at it because it looks like he has actually collapsed a bit because this position we saw looked very nice for white. Yeah, this has become very popular. I think Magnus played it, right? Against
Vichy, yeah.
Against Vichy in the World Championship.
In their first match. I think it was one of the first.
Was it the first match?
Yeah, I think it was first match.
Because there was this strange game where Magnus made this horrible blunder. That was the game, right?
Yeah. That was that game.
Anand missed it.
Yeah.
Then Carlsen won.
Yeah, they missed, and where he rushed with a h pawn to h5 and. Yeah. Actually, c4 was the reason why I decided to stop playing Kaan.
Mm-hmm.
I played it for a very long time in like back in 2005, 2010. And I even played a very, very, very nice game in Rilton Cup in 2008.
Against who was that?
Against some international master from Hungary, Szabo.
Okay.
I don't remember his name, but yeah, that was almost a perfect game. And but afterwards, a couple of times I got crushed with the c4 system, and the problem is I'm just like literally out of space, and that's why I stopped playing this one. So yeah, Queen d3. So far as I remember, they're playing the main line, the very main line.
Yeah. The problem for black is that even though you give white this double c pawn, which doesn't look very nice, the problem is you have to give the black squared bishop, and white gets this tremendous bishop that he can use on the black squares, and they are very weak after e6 and a6. So I think that sums up the problems for black here. So black really needs to get the game going and needs to be active, not to get crushed on the black squares.
True, and I don't know. There are players who likes to play that. To be honest, I would feel uncomfortable playing this with black.
Yeah.
And I did it a couple of times, and it wasn't.
This was what happened to Vichy against Magnus. Magnus got the black squares.
Yeah, and here we see that he's trying to exploit dark squares immediately. To be honest, I think queen doesn't have to land on e5. I think it's much better square for the knight, and then you have to like using queen from c8, you have to put pressure on c4 together with the knight.
Yeah.
And try to stabilize on the dark squares with d6. But yeah, here probably Maxim managed to get very good version of this one. If only if he goes for f6, and he goes for it.
Well, he has to break out of this prison that he is in now.
But even, let's say, after something like c5, doesn't look something, even if you take with a knight, takes.
But why not just play rook e1? I mean, what's the problem?
Yeah, rook e1 also should be good.
And after taking on e5, you could maybe even take with the rook to play on the black squares. I mean,
maybe I can just go queen h4 and bishop e4, just ignoring your pawns and try to play against.
Yeah, there are many ways, but generally this type of position is tricky to play for black, because how do you get your pieces out?
I think we have said that earlier, that we like that our players play with all pieces, right?
Yeah.
And then we see a couple of examples.
Well, he played rook e1, it looks good. And yeah, I wouldn't like to be black here.
Yeah, me neither.
How many moves does it take to bring the rook on a8 into play? How do you do that?
And also bishop from c8.
Yeah, that's the part of the problem. You have to move the knight, then the bishop, and then the rook. And even then, where does it go? So, yeah.
And that is something what we can say to our young listeners, that even though if computer claims that this position is perfectly fine for black, you won't believe to the engine, because just look at this rook on a8 or bishop on c8. This is something you don't want to have during the game, because this, to me, this is a huge headache.
Yeah. And even though you can exchange on e5, it doesn't actually solve the problems, because the white square bishop suddenly becomes very strong.
Yeah, sooner or later, but you will throw away some material just only to get your material, your pieces to the game.
Yeah. So what do you play here with white?
Queen d3 maybe.
Yeah, queen d3 or maybe queen e3. I don't know which is the best.
I want to have some kind of these ideas potentially.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe
you could actually sacrifice the pawn on c3. You don't have to cling on to that.
True. So maybe even queen h4 could be
maybe queen g4 or queen h4 is actually playable if you want to, you know, and then bishop to e4, and I don't know. You could try something like that and then go for some rook lift at some point with rook e3. There are many ways to try to attack here, but you have to choose one of them. That's the crux.
True.
So he played queen d3, very natural move.
If you take, maybe I'm thinking, would I be brave enough to take with a rook?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you have to. I think you can just take with the bishop, take with the rook afterwards. You have very nice attack with bishop e4, and I don't think if black takes, let's say f takes or knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, you have a tremendous attack with the rook, queen, bishop, and then the other rook comes to e1, and
yeah, exactly.
the game is almost over. I mean, there's no defense. What do you do?
Yeah, it's just pretty much whole attack is for free.
Yeah, you haven't sacrificed. Yeah, he plays f5. I'm not surprised, because
that is the reason why Kaan goes for the
f5. He saw that there is no way I can survive taking on e5. So now the question is g4. Yeah, it's so simple. You can play g4, king h1, rook g1, and so on. And now the question of the pieces on the queen side is even more problematic for black.
Yeah, he just goes for it. Okay,
Yeah.
this is a very natural way of playing, and maybe after taking, you're not even able. You don't have to take on g4 back, so maybe you can just play bishop e4.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Targeting the h7 pawn.
Yeah,
maybe
you can be
h3.
very generous with your pawns here. You just need to open the game, and the king is completely
Something like this.
Yeah. So e4 is a very strong move and very direct. You don't have to prepare everything. You can just do it and let black think about how to deal with it.
Yeah, another problem is bishop is hitting a rook, x-raying rook, and the long diagonal. So
right. Well, I like your idea f takes g4, bishop e4. It's a nice idea, and then you have rook e3 and rook g3 or king h1, rook g1. I mean, there are all these moves.
And by the way, you can play this position in the Banco style. You know, takes bishop e4, some move, and then h3. You know, to sacrifice g and h.
Yeah, but it's very difficult actually to find moves because after f takes g4, bishop e4. If you play g6, then you just take it. So that's
you just
and if you're
starting hunting the king.
h6, I think you can attack with bishop g6 or bishop h7 and queen g6. I mean, it's just over completely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So what can he do? Can he play some other move here? Is there something like knight f8 or something? Try to.
Yeah, probably you have to bring your pieces. Probably sacrificing on b7. Just trying to.
A move like g6, for instance, you just take on f5, and I mean you cannot open the g file. Then that's over. And if you take with the e pawn, then the queen or bishop comes to d5. And
you cannot open any file, any diagonal.
No,
that's the problem.
No, you cannot do anything.
That's a huge problem. But actually, f takes g4, maybe even bishop g4, bishop h5. I mean, many ways.
Yeah, it's not one solution. It's sort of ripe. You can do anything.
Okay, then.
So we go to the next game, and we can go back to this.
Sure. So, let's have a look what Pia is doing here.
Oh, she's playing the space grabbing game. She has a tremendous center here.
Yeah, let's have a look how it happened.
Yes.
So again, we see left and queen b3 this time.
Yeah.
Kaan played queen c2 in the first round against Ilze, and
it's a similar plan. Not as common, I think.
Yeah. Now she takes on c4, huh? This is interesting. I know this is a Russian system if you play g6. So, and then we're switching to the Grunfeld defense. But this one, it looks slightly odd to me to combine queen b6 and.
But you know, it's kind of similar to the London system. If the black bishop had been on f5, it would have been a London with reverse.
Yeah.
So I think some of the themes are similar to that.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah.
So okay, normal just development, and yeah, that's why I would play knight d7 first, just to obtain control in the center. And yeah, so here.
So this is where Pia gets the center now after knight d7. Yeah.
Okay, and this is the way how
this is how it happened.
Yeah, boom, boom.
And we can say that, well, black is not lost, but white definitely has an advantage here. I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Just because of the center, and okay, black's position is extremely solid. But again, I like this a3 move. You know, you simply someone offers a trade, and you're like, okay, I'm ready to trade, but sorry.
But you have to trade. You don't.
But you have to trade, yeah.
You have to do
Yeah, and well, this is.
Yeah, there's a big difference because if Pia had taken on b4, the bishop had come there, and then the e4 pawn would have been weak due to bishop takes c3.
Yeah.
Now everything is protected, and she can just roll with f4, and yeah, it's now it's actually getting a bit tricky because the bishop on g6 is a bit cornered. I mean, there could be.
Yeah, that's why she creates a square for the bishop.
Yeah, white is better. Of course, it's not. It's still solid, but yeah, it's not so nice to play black here.
It's not nice at all.
Okay, so should we take the last game also? Take a check.
Yeah, sure. Girls. Oh. Okay, again we see h4. So this is probably Madara's top choice in this match. Okay. Just whatever happens, play h4.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, this is like a very modern setup. So, okay, up to this moment, yeah, I think. Okay, then we have just transposition to.
Now she takes on c6. That's not maybe the most common move, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, usually you go just for long castle and f4.
Yeah.
And
or f3.
Or f3, yeah.
Depending on
your ability to attack.
Yeah.
So takes an e5 immediately. Wow. Excuse me, what is this? What is this, Tom?
Yeah, it's a pawn sacrifice.
What is this? What on earth? Why? Could tell me someone why you play e5?
Well, she wants to do something. And now, surprisingly, black actually gives back the pawn.
Okay. Ladies still has to learn something, some theory. Okay, why, for instance, not queen d4?
Yeah, something, just keep the pawn.
But we're not playing pawns in our match, right?
No, but of course there is, you could say after bishop e7, I'm completely solid, and that's true.
Yeah, that's true. So h4. Ooh.
No, but I think this will be a wild game anyway, so I don't think we have to worry. Knight d1, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see rook h3, rook b3, bishop d3, and some.
Yeah.
Something.
No, but this is going to be a wild game, I can assure you. And
yeah.
I know that they are both perfectly willing to attack, and we're going to see some of that here.
Okay. Let them attack, and probably we can jump to the
let's go back again to the first game and see what's happening.
To the first game. Yeah, pretty much nothing much happened here. Still, white is doing better. White has more space, and black still is very solid, right?
Yeah. There have been some exchanges, and I think these exchanges have sort of made it more clear that black's position is playable, but there are some problems. I mean, the queen is on e8 to prevent bishop c6.
Yeah.
You cannot play c5 because d6 is hanging. So the question is, how do you get out of this with black? You could take on c4 at some point.
That would be my first like insta solution, just to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, take the knight and then play a5.
And a5 also, but then you have to accept the bishop on c6 maybe.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
yeah,
this is unpleasant, but yeah, maybe c5.
That was my idea. I don't know, you take with the rook or you take with the queen, I don't know. Whichever, you just go c5 and say, well, what do you do?
Yeah, probably this is something you have to do. Otherwise, that's what he's doing here.
There is a small problem, because after now, let's say, okay, queen takes c5. Aha, he didn't do that. I wanted to triple on the c5 to prevent this and then to play b4, but okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe there was rook c7. Yeah, okay. So rook takes. But white is still slightly better, of course, because of the take on d4, you can take with the rook, and then you go to d7.
Yeah, and probably we have to mention that in this type of positions, so without major pieces on the board, this would be an imminent draw, right?
Right, then it's over.
But as soon as we have at least one pair of rooks on the board, still, it could be very fighting chess.
Right.
So, probably here, position is relatively calm, so we can jump to the next game and see what happens in. Yeah, so probably d5 is interesting way how to secure.
Yeah. So now black has to decide: should black play e5 and go into some very locked position? I think taking is dangerous because bishop takes or rook takes, and the white is much stronger.
I would instantly play e5.
Yeah, I think so. That's the same.
Because let's say if you take on d5, then bishop joins to the action, and this I don't like that this diagonal is open, and rook can on the fourth rank can join to the action. So and 4 against 3, so it's much better to close, and that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, he played e5, and that's the best move.
Okay, then let's see what's going on in the other games.
This could. Then let's go to this one.
Oh. Okay, I guess this is something what I was suggesting, right?
Yeah.
So h6, and I know that Max likes to play Banco Gambit, so here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, up to this moment, I think white is doing everything pretty well.
Yeah, white has played well. There were alternatives with trying to do something on the white squares immediately. He could have tried that, putting in bishop on g6 and so on. I guess black would just have sacked the exchange, but this is good, and black is far from activating his pieces on the queen side. So yeah, it looks very, very difficult. I guess the idea is to, after take on g4, is he going to play h4 or what's he going to do?
Yeah, and this is.
But he plays h4 is very strong.
That's why h4 is so strong. Just not letting your opponent to close.
Yeah, and now you cannot take because the queen is lost. So I don't know, queen h6 maybe, but then take on g4. Yeah, this looks horrible.
Yeah. Again, it takes ages to bring these guys to the action.
Yeah, they will probably never get into the play. Well, knight f8 maybe at some point, and maybe the rook from a7 can come into play. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
If it doesn't take that long.
Okay, then we can. Oh wow. Yeah, we can join to the next game, and what is going on here?
Yes.
So, well, yeah, we have seen this moment, and
play g4. That was my initial idea. Just play g4 and just push the pawns, and she did that.
Just look at this wall of pawns. So probably we have to flip the board.
Awesome.
Oh my goodness!
Quite impressive.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to believe that there's someone on our planet who would like to play this position with black.
Yeah, but as you said, when she played this knight d7, she castled. She should have played knight d7. That was the mistake, and then this happened naturally. There was no way to stop it.
Yeah, true. So Pia just plays with all pieces in the center, and Yeah, what a classy play. Oh, and actually, what's going on here? Oh, so G5 was the only move.
Yeah.
Not to lose something immediately. Oh wow. But actually here I'm not so sure that this is like terribly bad for black. Obviously white has an extra pawn and everything, but you can hope for, I thought about knight e5 and some kind of a blockade in the dark squares.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not 100% clear. I don't know if Pia maybe had some other chance. Maybe now she should play bishop d5 first. I don't know. Say bishop.
Oh yeah, I like this move.
And then g5, bishop d5, and then g5.
And then g5.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then rook. You know. I don't know. There is king g7 and king f6. Oh, she plays e5. Yeah.
I like e5 followed by e6. Just maybe a rook.
I'm thinking knight c4 maybe.
I thought about rook e8 and then knight c4, but maybe you can go for knight c4.
Also.
Yeah, maybe knight c4. Huh.
Rook e1 maybe.
Still rook e8.
She played bishop.
Yeah, you want to have some. I mean, try to find some chances in rook ending.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. This is not so clear. I think Pia had it looked better than it is now. So maybe she had some. Maybe she missed the g5 move. Maybe there was something there. Something. Maybe she was a little bit quick. I don't know.
Yeah, I have a feeling like it was better to take on g6 than on g4. Right here.
Might have been, yeah.
So just to secure that and exploiting this pin as well. But okay.
Yeah, she could also win the exchange. I saw. Isn't that true? If you go back. If she plays knight g6, bishop h3, rook c1.
Hold on, knight g6?
Yeah.
You mean now?
Yeah.
Oh, knight g6, if I take?
Rook c1, rook fc1.
Okay, then I take on e4 and take there? No?
Yeah, but I take on f8.
Okay, but I take a lot of pawns, so probably.
Yeah, I might also take some pawns. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. It's a very, very tactical situation. This is the kind of situation where you can think for a while and might find something interesting.
Yeah, so finally we have a rook ending.
Because white can never be worse here. White is maybe white is actually winning if you look at it carefully.
Yeah, so probably rook. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, you cannot say anything. But black has a lot of coordination to play this. I guess black would like to exchange the queen side off and try to play against 2 against 3 on the king side. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe there are moves. Maybe you can take, but then rook takes.
I think rook e8 should be played in this position, definitely.
Yeah, you could take and then play h5.
But why? I mean, why to give you activity here?
No, just to break up the pawns and sort of try to secure a draw. So let's say f takes e6, rook takes, and then h5.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, but it's just, of course, white can never be worse, but okay, rook e8 also possible.
Because I have feeling like the rook on c8 is such a perfectly placed. So while white has rook on c3, this.
But if you take on f7 now and then take on e8 and then place the king up on f2, e3, d4.
Yeah, but
isn't that good for white?
Yeah, I mean, I think I always can go rook g8. in the moment I need, and collect G4 and maybe F5.
Yeah, maybe Rook G3 then. I don't know. I'm just thinking that the other line that we said would have been more, to create counterplay, because White is passive with the Rook on C3, so you need to play around that. But anyway.
Maybe actually it's the best what White can do is to go for, oh no, never mind. I thought Rook E4, but yeah, this is just instantly draw.
That should be a draw, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Play Rook C6. I mean, take on E6 and just.
I think so. Yeah, so we have time troubles in all 4 games. So.
I would take on F7 here and take on E8 and play King F2 and then we'll see what happens. Maybe Black can counter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we are going to see. Takes on E8.
Yeah. And King F2 probably.
King F2, King F7, King F3, King F6.
King D4, King G5 maybe. Maybe that's the plan.
No, I wanted to play Rook G8.
And Rook G3?
H5.
Then you have H5.
So that was my point.
Yeah, you have a point. Maybe after King F6 I can play King F4, but then of course you can just make Rook moves.
I can make a waiting move.
Yeah, probably then Black gets even. Yeah, you're right. It's not so clear at all.
Yeah, so we're discussing King F6, King E4, and then Rook G8, just switching to the attack.
Maybe you should play King D2 here and King F6, Rook H3. Maybe that's the
best. Yeah. I think
King D4 might be a mistake. Yeah.
But also, do I have something like Rook D8, Rook D4?
But then I go back to E3. I mean, King D2.
Yeah.
It's,
King D2. Oh, but it was Black to move. So.
Oh, yeah, it was Black's move. So what's happening? King E3, King F6.
Yeah, this actually could become even slightly unpleasant somehow.
So King D4, Rook G8.
Yeah, Rook G8 is very powerful. But
King C5, Rook takes G4, King B6. Go for the A pawn and then play A.
Can I take and come here?
Yes, you can.
We have time scrambles in all 4 games, so sorry.
We have to jump around a little bit. Yeah, go to the next one. Just have a quick look. Oof, what's this?
We have a lot of action in Madara and Margarita game.
Margarita seems to have made a nice. Or what's happening here? Queen E4 check, G6 maybe, or yeah, probably.
G6, Rook D7.
No, she moves back. Aha, they are going for a draw maybe.
Is it a perpetual?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, we have a draw here. No time to discuss.
No. Let's go to Ralf. Let's go back all the way to Ralf and see what's happening there.
Oh wow, they have a huge fight here.
Oof.
Ritvars just played C4. He just sacrifices the pawn to get his bishop active. So probably something like F3. We have
something bad has happened for White because
wow,
we had a position where it looked like White had a very good game, and suddenly it's not so good anymore.
Yeah, it looks like
maybe it's still okay. I don't know. Maybe you can just move the king now somewhere.
We have another draw in Pia Ilze game.
Oh, they made a draw. Okay.
Yeah, they made a draw.
That was logical, I think.
Yeah, okay, so...
And this is over?
This is over. No, this is not over. They're still playing, but this is over.
Over from a chess point of view.
Yeah.
Well, there is a threat. You cannot take the rook on f6 because of mate on g8.
Yeah, right.
So you have to move the queen to h7, I guess. And then comes queen takes f8, winning it and playing with a rook up afterwards. So it's lost. It's immediately over. He can resign here. Well, there is a queen c1 check.
Maybe just rook g1, right?
Yeah, rook g1, and then it's over.
That's all she wrote.
That was a Max came back strongly after this.
Yeah.
A bit unlucky game that he lost. Okay, g6 is a move, but
okay, so you don't need to rush.
It's not over. Yeah.
I mean, you can just make some.
Yeah, of course.
Some stabilizing moves.
Yeah.
He has only some seconds on the clock, so this is not a guarantee.
Well,
you know what? Probably the best way how to finish the game would be rook f4 with idea to take there.
Maybe, but also h5 now is a big threat.
Oh, h5, nice. Yeah.
I think.
But you can't really take.
No, but you threaten rook h2.
But I mean, after h5, there's what's the fault? Oh, you want to play rook h2 after rook h5. Okay. Maybe rook g5.
Now rook g5, I think, is maybe. Yeah. Okay, shall we go to...
Oh, but again, he wants to take...
So I think the deciding game will be against Ralf and Ritvars. And it will be a question, okay, suddenly White has...
White managed to get the perfect play here, so...
He came out of this. It looked a bit dangerous here for him, but I think rook e8, I don't know if that's the good. I would have gone... I was thinking he could play something like b5 and try to...
I thought about f3, but okay.
Yeah, but b5, I think, maybe.
Or b5.
Maybe, just to play and double up and try to attack f2 later.
Wow, what a big match.
Yeah.
Okay, so here... Yeah, he managed to get all the pieces in the right squares, and this is the actual position. So both of them, they have like seconds on the clock. Seconds.
So now he can move the rook and king h3 and then triple on the c file or whatever he wants.
Yeah.
E6. He can play rook c8.
If only black can do something like this. So I think queen. Huh. Okay, he goes for h5.
Yeah, why not?
Takes, maybe rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6 looks very good, and he does play it.
Takes.
Take with a pawn, perhaps?
Yeah, take with a pawn and bring your rook to the action.
With the bishop. No
Okay.
pass pawn. No pass pawn.
Yeah, it's such an annoying piece on c6, which controls everything.
Yeah, and now you, at the right moment, you can play the d pawn and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So this looks like a full comfort for white.
Yeah, white has everything here.
Yeah,
Just
true.
bring the rook. I mean, black could be looking for something like rook g4 at some point. But
I would try to maybe push b5 here or something.
Yeah, king h3 is a very sound move.
Yeah, probably
Could
draw
play
is...
g4 at some point, but it doesn't look very likely.
Yeah, you need some trick in this position for black, but the problem is you have no tricks.
Look, you just have to make moves and hope for the best. Now probably d6 is quite good.
d6, maybe then I can take on c6 and play rook f6, and suddenly it's not easy to make a progress, no?
Well, can't you play it just b4, b5 or something? Now rook c8 maybe.
Rook c8, rook f8.
And then maybe rook
A8.
something like that. Try to.
Okay, actually, maybe still black has some chances.
It's not over.
Yeah.
But it's.
But it's so unpleasant to play with black. Just.
Yeah. There are no moves. There are no moves.
There are no moves. Okay, A5 probably. He's in a K decision. Ooh.
But is it lost? I don't know. Is it? Is it lost?
By the way, now white has rook C7 idea.
Yeah, this is always there, and you cannot take. So. For
instance, now.
Now rook C7, but does it create anything? You just move the king. I don't know. Is it?
You want to have rook on B7 and.
Yeah,
here,
of course, yeah. But still, how do you win it? You need to.
I don't know. Maybe not so easy to win.
Rook B7. I don't know.
I'm just making waiting moves. Yeah, playing waiting game. I don't know. This looks like a.
This is like a study, right? White to move and win, but how? It's not easy.
Yeah, I thought that this looks more like a. Yeah, never mind.
King F6. I mean, you have to watch out. You cannot just allow black to get. Well, maybe you can allow the rook to get to the G file. I don't know. Maybe it's not.
No, but I mean, bishop D5 and you have full comfort. So yeah, by the way, maybe you can start to play against the king. For instance, King F6, Bishop D5, and then Rook F5, Rook F7, Rook F5.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And the king might go to G4 at some point.
Yeah. So but he wants to Rook F7, Bishop F6. Probably that is his point.
Can you check on G7 now, maybe?
Queen.
Then King
F6. King F6 then.
That's impossible. So what do you play? Bishop D5, you said?
Yeah, I mean, just
to have it somewhere?
Just a move.
It's just a move. He did it.
And maybe Rook D7, for instance. Just a waiting move.
Yeah, but...
Or another waiting move, King G4. A very good move. King G4. Play King G4, please.
Maybe he goes for the draw to secure the win in the match.
Yeah, most likely.
Maybe. No, I think he wants to win the game, but...
That's what I would try to do, just to secure...
I don't see a win. I don't see the mechanism. How do you actually break this thing?
I'm 100% sure that this has to be. Probably you can bring your bishop to C6 and play rook E7 or something.
Yeah, that could be an idea. I was looking at rook E7 at some point, so that could be an idea. But still, I mean, it's yeah.
I'm pretty sure this has to be pretty hopeless in a like. Oh, by the way, after King G5, maybe he wants to play D7 and Bishop F5.
Yeah, maybe he has this idea, but even that is not winning because of Rook G8. So it's not enough to threaten mate. You have to mate.
We're going to have 50-50 move rule in the end.
But even after, yeah.
Yeah, he goes for it.
Actually. Yeah, no. So now he has to go Rook C8 or something?
Rook C8. Rook H8.
I think now, after this, it's a complete draw. This is a drawn game. How could you ever win this? I mean, it's completely...
I'm pretty sure Magnus Carlsen would play this position for 150 more moves and win this. So
no, but that doesn't say it's a win. It just means that he's very good at playing and tricking his opponents. Because I don't see the mechanism. Where is the breakthrough? I mean, the bishop is very strong now on d8, protecting the only.
I mean, you want to.
You could try to attack e5.
The one side.
E5, I don't know. Nah, I don't believe it.
I'm 100% sure this is winning. 150.
150%.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I mean, yeah.
Then probably if that's your evaluation, then it must be a win. But White could also lose now because he has actually allowed the rook to come out.
No, but I mean, oh, actually,
White is actually worse now.
No way. I mean, you're not risking by no means.
Maybe not but you'll have to give the a pawn. Maybe.
But you always have this rook.
C8, king e7.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, maybe rook d3 now. Rook d2 then.
No, and I think White has misplayed it. Oh, he didn't want to try to win.
Yeah. Well, most likely he doesn't know
But when White played d7, that was not the right way to go. And now, if he plays a rook c6, now you can take and play b5 maybe, and then a4. Oh, White has to watch out.
Yeah, actually, that's true. So, and maybe actually after rook c6, rook takes c6, b takes c6,
well,
just
I think
king
Ralph
d6.
is going to lose this game.
No, I mean, how?
No, maybe not.
He
could lose it. I mean, he's using up all his time and he's looking for a win that's not there, and suddenly Black gets some counterplay. I mean, it's possible.
I can imagine he wants to win this for sure, and he offered for a draw.
Yeah, and he took it.
Yeah,
that's good. That was a very sound decision. I think Ralph realized that he had sort of misplayed it, and he took the draw. If he had a pawn on d6, he could have gone on forever and tried because there was no risk. But now it's too risky. That's a good decision, and so a very, very narrow win for the Swedish team.
So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it was very well deserved.
I'm rooting for both teams because this is a friendly match, and really it's about chess, and I think both teams are winners in the respect that both teams played very well, and there was such good chess content in these matches in this match. So really good, and I think Max played a brilliant match. He only took 3 out of 4. He should have had maybe 4 out of 4, but
yeah.
This just proves it's even when you play really, really good, you cannot be sure of winning.
Yeah, and I think that we have to say about both Kaan and Max, because they played really well today.
I agree with you.
So I'm pretty sure both of them, they're MVP of both teams. So
I think Max in this last game, he really showed how well he can play, because this was a very, very good game by him that he won. And Kaan, he played very, very nice games, but in this last game something went wrong, that's for sure.
Yeah, last game was bad.
So, but I don't know who was the top point taker in the Swedish team. Was that Ralf? Or maybe it was Kaan, I don't know.
I think it was, well, Kaan has 2.5 points. So
yeah, Kaan has 2.5. I think Ralf also has 2.5, right?
Yeah, Ralf also has 2.5, and Max took 3.
Yes, so he was the one who took the most points in the
MVP.
Match. Yes, he was I think he, in some respect, I think he played the best game, but there were many playing well, but I think he was one of the top players, definitely. Very good, very nice. This match. So let's see if we have anyone coming to the studio to talk to us.
Yeah, so I think we're going to have Madara in the studio today. Yep. Hi, Madara. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So what do you say about the match?
It was very tough, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, especially for me, first two games against both grandmasters. It wasn't easy at all.
No, we have been following your play, and we've seen that you've had to fight very hard. And in this last game, you made the draw. What can you say about this last game?
Yeah, I was so lucky to make a draw because I thought that at the end I was lost. She could not repeat the position, and I think I'm simply losing. But thanks to her, I made the draw.
So I mean,
yeah, I think I messed up somewhere, and yeah, well, I was lucky that there was Queen C6, definitely. But yeah, here I thought I was okay, but then after Rook B2, Queen A8, King H7, and Queen E4, and she can play G6, and I have no more checks, and the threat is Bishop takes C3. And then Rook takes C2, and my pawns are falling. And
Rook D7.
Yeah, but then...
yeah, can't you go just for Rook D7? Because her king is also maybe not so weakened, but still.
Yeah, but then some King G7 and Bishop F6. If I check, then I wasn't
but
sure.
But after King G7, you can play Knight F5.
Or Queen takes E6.
Yeah.
Yummy.
It's not so. I think this position, I don't think it's so easy for white. After G6, for black. G6.
For black? Oh, I thought this position was bad for white.
For both
so
of you.
I was lucky for it. Yeah, but instead of Queen E4, if I take on A5, then probably it's bad, right?
No, I think you should check. That was the perfect move.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably.
I don't know. F5
is a very logical result.
Yeah, but at the beginning, I think I was doing very well, but I think I messed up somewhere that I could have gained a bigger advantage.
It was a very creative approach in the opening.
Yeah.
E5 and Queen E3 and you're like, you girls just don't think about pawns. You're like, okay, I can sacrifice pawn, and she's like, okay, I don't care about pawn either, so life is good.
Yeah, but I thought that maybe she could go Queen C7 and try to defend the pawn instead of Bishop E7.
What was your point then? You wanted to take on F6 and have double.
No, but if I take on F6, then her center is very strong. No, I don't know. After Queen C7, I wouldn't take on F6. I probably would have just developed my bishop and then made the castle. Yeah, but Queen C7 I thought was a bit more challenging because she's defending her pawn, and it's not very clear if I have any initiative already at the beginning.
Yeah, true. So, but
then Bishop E7, yeah.
And here I was thinking about Bishop D3, and I thought my position looks very nice. But I played H4 because Bishop D3 didn't work because of some Knight G4 or Knight D7, and the queens are changing, and there's nothing really. I thought that I'm even worse after Bishop D3 after some Knight D7 and then.
But can you go for Queen E4, for instance?
But then, no, like Bishop D3 and not Knight D7, but Knight G4. And then on Queen E4, she has F5. And
what about then, Queen C6?
Yeah, and then is Bishop D7. and all my pieces are hanging. Bishop on G5, queen on C6.
But maybe you can go bishop E7, no?
Yeah, but then wait, in which moment?
in the very end, I mean.
At the very end.
But yeah, still, like, yeah, probably you're right that her pieces are very active and probably.
Yeah, and my king is still in the center, so I wasn't sure about bishop D3. It looked very well, and I wanted to play it, but I thought it doesn't work.
I thought you want to bring your rook.
Yeah, also on H3
route.
and then on G3, yeah, or D3. That was also my plan, but then I thought, yeah, I will tell in which moment. A few moves. Yeah, here.
I was 100% sure you want to play something like this to bring your rook out of the action. Very creative.
Yeah, that was also my plan, but I thought that bishop D3 was natural. And here, no, instead of castle, I thought that maybe I should now play, rook H3. But I wasn't sure because if I play rook H3, then probably it means that I'm gonna attack. But I can't really attack because my rook is standing on A1, my knight is on D1, and she has bishop and knight defending, and I'm not really sure if I can make any attack. So
yeah, most likely
I wasn't so sure about rook H3. And here also, I was thinking about bishop takes F6, bishop takes F6, queen E4, and G6 H5, because this is the last moment when I can take on F6, because the next move she goes bishop A6 and exchanges my white square bishop. But in this position, her black square bishop is defending king very well, and even if I go H5 and open H file up, then I didn't see any way because I already gave up my black square bishop, and no real way how can I attack there.
No, I think you have too little pieces to really.
Yeah.
You either have to go rook A3 and go for the all-out attack, but as you already said, it's very unlikely that it will succeed. So castling, I believe, is the sound option.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this position definitely looks more harmonious because your pieces are, at the very least, rooks are connected, and these guys are somewhat playing together. Maybe they're not still in the perfect squares, but somehow you even have good square for the king to hide if it's necessary. So
no, not king H2, because then it's bishop D6.
The only thing that's a bit peculiar is the pawn on H4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and here, like, I can't go bishop F4 really, I think, because bishop D6. Yeah, and only move is queen D4 and then some C5, and I'm losing a lot of tempi. So
yeah,
okay, still queen F4, but
yeah.
But okay, after I took on F6, I think I was a bit worse because both of my pawns were hanging and I couldn't defend both of them. Yeah, so, and I went to queen C7 hoping that she would take on B2, and then I would have rook B1 and rook B7, and I have compensation for the pawn. But also, if she doesn't take any pawn right now, she can just simply play rook C8, and I have to go with my queen back on F4 or G3, and then she can take on B2, and I have no rook B7 at the end. So that was unfortunate.
Okay.
Yeah,
after bishop H4, then she just has a clear pawn up, right?
Yeah, but here I took on C6, so I took my pawn back. I'm not sure if this was the right way how she could keep her advantage, but probably she thought that after queen E2 it's very good for black. But I saw that I have G3 because my queen on C7 was guarding the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the end, it looks like a balanced game. I have feeling like Black were doing a little bit better, but yeah, overall, you managed to find a way how to keep the balance. And
maybe instead of rook takes b2, she should take on e3. What about that? In this position, if after rook d3, you just take on e3. If you
I take with the rook.
Yeah, and then queen d1 check, and then take on b2.
Oh, and then take.
Because you can check, you can check, but I don't know. Well, maybe.
Yeah, but then I don't have rook d7.
Maybe you can check on e8 and take on f7. Yeah, maybe that's. I'm not sure because there is rook b1 and there's some mating threat. I don't know.
Yeah,
but, it's not clear. It's not clear.
What about this one actually? So, rook b2. Can I throw a check and maybe another check?
Yeah, g6 and rook d3. No, rook d3 and then queen c2.
Rook f3, but then then you could play like you're a pawn up. You could play queen d7, just protect. But then there's
Yeah, probably.
But then on queen d7, maybe I could have rook d3 and
then queen d7, queen b7.
Queen b7. Yeah, right.
And Black can at least play the ending with the pawn up.
Yeah.
It was a good fight anyway. And then, did you like playing this match?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
That's good. That's the important thing. It was nice. It was nice to follow. Nice games. Very good fighting in all games. And yeah.
Probably, I wanted to ask the same question that we asked Ilze. How active you are right now in the COVID times? Do you play in internet? Or
I try to play some tournaments every week. To simply not to forget how to play chess. And but it's quite hard for me to learn something new, and because I don't really see a point why to learn something if there is no tournament where I could use my knowledge, and that's kind of bad because I want to really play some tournaments, and yeah, but even I play some Title Tuesday now I can play, then I definitely try to analyze my games and go through the openings and try to check if it's good or not. And I have analyzed each of my Title Tuesday games. I know those are blitz games and nobody analyzes blitz games, but those are the only ones I play. So I try to take as much as I can from them. And also when I play in the Vasa's team on leeches, then also some games I analyze and I enjoyed some tournaments. But usually, like Latvian tournaments, they also organize them, but I'm not playing in them. I just don't know why. I'm not such a big fan of simply some small tournaments. I would like to play. Yeah, this match was really great because there were strong opponents. But otherwise, there are different levels among players. Like some are kind of, I can't say really weak, but they don't know openings very well. So it's a different approach against them. And then there are players who are top players and they know everything. So yeah, it's different.
True. Thank you very much for your answer, and it was a pleasure that you're participating in our friendly event. I think it is already mentioned today that it is indeed very important, because I think everyone wants to play, and unfortunately, still we don't have such opportunity. But we're waiting for the changes in our lives, and probably RTU. Riga Technical University this summer could be a perfect place for all of us to meet. Yeah.
No, it was great. This was just for fun, and you said you liked it, so that's the good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madara. Yeah, then wow, what a speech! What a speech!
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Nice game, and lots of chances, and lots of ideas, lots of chess ideas, and yeah, very good. And I think the training aspect is very important in chess, of course, to keep up. It's a sport, and you need to train.
Yeah, and we have Pia in our studio.
Oh,
hello there. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
Pia. Hello,
Hi,
Pia. How was the match?
Oh, it was very tough today.
Today was tough.
Yeah, it was very tough. But I was very happy that the team won. I just thought that when Latvia beat us twice, it was very nice that we won. It was very close. And I thought this match was just very beautiful. I must say that I like very much this idea that we played. There was a junior girl. It was a woman and man. It was like half. This is actually the way I would love the tournaments to be, that you play with half women and half men. This is really my dream, how it is.
You could say it was like a family tournament with a man and a woman and 2 kids.
Yeah,
right?
But the kids are not that small, but okay, they are junior.
Anyway, what do you think about your play?
My play was not so good today. I didn't have control. I noticed that I made. I took many times. I think I took the wrong decisions, and then I had to pay for it simply. Yes. So that's what I thought.
But we were I was very impressed by your queen sacrifice.
But I thought that was the only way to keep the game going.
Yeah, Nikita told me that. But I thought I was still impressed because it didn't look so obvious that this was better for white in the start. It looked like black could get some counterplay. What do you think? Did you think that you were winning after the?
No, I didn't think so. But I thought if I want to continue the game, because I had this was the choice, or let her sacrifice the exchange with the queens on the board.
Yeah.
Then I thought I don't want to allow.
No. That's correct.
So it was. So I saw that. I just thought. So in this position, if you go back, I just thought I couldn't do anything else more than bishop d3, and then she has this maneuver, and yeah, I took on e5 here. Yeah. So when I play queen c2, of course I expected bishop e5, and yeah.
So yeah, this moment after. Bishop e5. So at least during the game, I thought that it is a very logical decision, because first of all, you want to obtain control over the board, and if you are not taking, then most likely you're allowing rook c3, and then black should have a perfect counterplay in the dark squares. So this could be very annoying. And
exactly. So if I don't go, I thought if I go somewhere else with the queen after bishop f4, she will just take on c3. So queen e1, bishop g3, queen e3, and then she take on c3, queen e2, she takes here. And I didn't want to play this with the queens on the board. So I mean,
Pia, what you can tell about the evaluation, because computer says that it's almost 2 pawns better for white.
No, it could be. It's very. It's just a decision I have to make with not so much time. And then I decided to have the king safer, but I gave my queen. So this was why. So maybe this is what I have to play. Okay, I guess she goes bishop e5, and. What shall I do here now?
But I think you have to, as you say, Pia, you want to have a safe king. I mean, this is a rapid game, little time.
Yeah, okay, I guess maybe rook c1, but after rook c1 comes rook c8. So
yeah. No, I agree with you, Pia. This is a nasty position, and especially since you have such a good position.
Yeah, of course, it is that I had this is what I thought, but I was missing on the development. I needed to get out with my pieces. Yeah, so that's why I didn't want to play with an unsafe king. So that's why I thought I had to make a choice. If I want to continue the game, I have to do one of these, and I decided to give the queen. Yeah.
That would be a good decision.
So, but I don't know here now. So I played G4. I thought maybe this was K because I want to go G5 and to have bishop on F6. So this is my plan. And then the bishop is just keeping control of everything. So rook here, and then rook H2, Queen F3, and yes, here with the rook E1. Yeah, I was a little bit worried here, yeah, because my pieces are, you know, a little bit not so well coded. Now she play bishop B5, I think, yeah. I play rook D2 because I want to keep everything in control. Rook E8. I was a little bit happy about this move actually. Rook E8 because I thought I want my bishop to C3. And I want, so I don't know if that's the right move, rook E8. But maybe, yeah, maybe it's okay. I don't know. Yeah, we can see what happened. Yeah, rook E8.
Yeah, we were considering something like queen takes H3.
Yes, I go G5. I go G5.
And yeah, the question is, can we go for something like queen H4 maybe?
Yes, I will rook G1.
And maybe rook C2 then?
Yeah, then
rook takes.
No, I cannot play the rook takes. Yes, no, bishop D3. No, I cannot play this. So yes, maybe this is. So after here, G5, Queen H2. I have to go rook D1. I have to go rook D1. No, the other rook to D1.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, but then she take on H4. Yes. So no, maybe this is just then this is just bad. If I cannot play. Yes, then this is just bad. Then this is bad. Yeah, I was happy when she played rook E8 because I don't have, yes.
I saw some interesting idea here that you can go rook H2 and sacrifice an H7.
Instead of G5. So I have to go back, yeah. Okay,
but then I thought that probably it's not working because then in the end, black can go queen H5.
Yes, no, it doesn't work. No. Here this is very good for her now. Maybe I don't know. If it's very good, but it's so much.
This was my impression. I was afraid that this was perhaps better for black.
Yeah, no, I have lost control. So what have I done wrong here? Maybe it was just that that I don't get the coordination I want to have. So here.
But it was extremely interesting to follow during the action. So
absolutely, and this is human play, not computers playing.
Yeah,
and there were very human decisions. And I think your decision not to go into the +2 position, but going into the -2 position might, in a human's perspective, be the right way because it's extremely difficult to play against this black square bishop.
Yeah, I didn't know it was -2. Oh, yeah.
But I mean, now she's playing against the black square bishop, and she couldn't handle it. That's the thing. So, yeah.
So maybe
I don't think we should look too much about what the computers say. That's not very important. Actually, the computer says it's equal now. So, yeah. Now your game is very good, and you have the bishop on F6 and very stable.
But this is a very human, approach to the position, and I think that it should, even if computer says that this is equal, by no means this should be extremely unpleasant to play with black.
Yeah.
Because you have to handle with this huge pressure and 2 bishops and all the ideas like rook. You have to consider rook H1, rook H5 somewhere, or just what happened in the game with
H5 and bishop B3. No, I am just now I got my bishop here, and now E5.
Yeah, this is huge. And probably here it was already over because we see no way how actually black can prevent E6.
Yeah. Well, now everything is fine. No, but this was a really interesting game, actually, very interesting. We followed it closely, and we were quite impressed with your play. I was impressed with the fact that you dared to sack the queen.
Yeah.
But it made sense, and I also felt that it would be very dangerous to go into this situation where she was an exchange down and you were an exchange up because of your king side.
Yeah.
So very, very nice game. So you won that game, but you lost the game also.
Yeah. You know, I was wondering when I played, I thought that my plan with h g5 was wrong, but maybe the mistake was to take take g5. Maybe I should just play knight take g4, and then maybe it's playable for black. Because what I played, I'm missing bishop d7 and long castling. I'm too slow on the queen side. So this is what I was wondering. If you go back here, I was wondering, is it possible to change it? Can I see it from black side? Because, or maybe it's not possible, yeah. No, I was wondering here, when I played g5, afterwards I thought this was wrong, what I played, but maybe it wasn't so bad. 95, yes. Here, and if I go now, knight take g4. This is what I thought I should have played afterwards.
Yeah, we were talking about that also, that you should take with the other knight.
Yeah, I just thought maybe now I'm okay, because you take an h6, I will take an h4, and rook take h6, and I will kick your queen if you try to be close to my king. So I will just, because I need bishop d7 and long castling, and when I get these moves, I'm okay. I don't know if you can somehow go for my pawn, somehow, I don't know. But there are also pawn, I don't mind to play endgames, because the pawn on h2 is very weak. I have this fantastic knight on e5. So yeah. If you go queen d5, I go rook g6. If you go back, I will kick you again. So I will just kick you here. And if you go queen,
I think you're right. And we discussed this, and there was also another possibility to take with the e knight on g4.
This I didn't even consider.
To keep the bishop on e7, because you have this problem. You have the problem with the d6 pawn. So we were thinking maybe you could do something like this.
Okay, this is better. But you know, bishop e2.
And then you play like knight e5. I don't know. We're not sure about this. Maybe
there's so much pressure against h5 here.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It looks way more natural to go for the other with the rook h6 in the end.
I think that this would have been probably the best. And as you say, if you get bishop d7 and castling without losing the d pawn, probably there's no problem for you.
Even if I lose the d pawn and we change queens, I will win the h2 pawn.
Yeah, that's true. If you can, yeah.
So only if there. So if I don't lose any more pawns on the queen side, this will also be fine to me for me.
But you had the chance later on in the game to get into this ending.
I had that. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, we can move forward and we can check that. There was quite away from this. You had the chance to exchange queens.
Queen h4, is that no? What?
No. Go on.
Queen c5 here.
Yeah, so it was here.
Now rook d8, yes, rook d8.
Yes, no, of course I saw it, but I thought I couldn't play it with the h pawn, but maybe. Yeah.
No, but you have a very active king, and this he doesn't have a support for this pawn at this point. You play king e7, king f6, and so on. And yeah, it's.
Okay. I was just
probably white is better, but this looks playable for you, because what you did then, it was actually immediately lost because he had the winning move. I guess you saw.
Yeah. No, I understand it was lost. He had all his pieces closed there. Yes. No, I saw he had this 95 threatened mate.
Right.
Yes.
But this was I think this was the last chance in the game, and here.
Yeah, this would have been nice also to play. I don't know. I was just thinking knight endgames, pawn down. But of course, I mean, it would have been nice to play it. It's a way to, because it's not every day you play knight endgames. And yeah, you're right. I have an active king, but somehow it must be. I mean,
probably white wins. I don't know, but it would have been a way to play.
Been a way to stay in the game, yeah.
To stay in the game, yes. Anyway, yeah, he played very well, Max. He was the guy who took the most points. He took 3 points out of 4.
Yeah, I saw that. Fantastic.
Fantastic play and very aggressive. But he lost to Margo.
Yeah, I haven't seen that game, so I don't know. I haven't seen any games more than a little bit of the end game.
Yeah, he was winning that game probably, but she played fantastic and managed to to get an attack and win. It was very nice.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
Okay, Pia, thank you very much. Did you enjoy the match?
Of course, no, this is very lovely. It's very lovely that we have made these matches between we are neighbors, we are playing in the same club, lots of the players. And yeah, I think it's just fantastically. And it has been very different concepts also every match. So yeah, very good.
It was very nice to follow, interesting games, hard fights, and I think your decision not to take a draw against Madara, that was sort of symptomatic for the match. Everyone wanted to win and lots of hard fight. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pia, and for your time and for your play. It was great to follow, interesting to hear now, and yeah, I think in general we have a very friendly and good atmosphere in these events. So in all three events, so that's great that we have a lot of action during pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much, Pia. Thank you. Okay, so are we ready to sum up, or do we have anyone else?
Oh, I don't know. Probably it would be time to sum up. Yeah, so
okay, so I think it was a great match.
Yeah,
and I want to thank the Latvian team and Nikita, of course, my co-host here, for another great chess day here. And of course, we are happy to win in Sweden, but the most interesting thing and the fun thing is to get together and see all these games, and it's been really fascinating. And a big congrats also to Max, who won 3 games out of 4. Very good. All in all, very enjoyable. What do you say, Nikita?
Yeah, I wanted to start with time goes very fast, and I have feeling that we just started the stream like just half an hour ago, and now everything finishes. Yeah, so time flies very fast. Again, yeah, very, very enjoyable atmosphere. Like I have feeling that we're like all together, like one big family, having good time all together. Again, I will repeat that for the 3rd time today, that especially during the COVID times, it's a very pleasant thing. But yeah, just in general, it's nice to see that several generations participating in this action, both players, commentators, some guys who are behind the scenes. Yeah, so I like that we have this kind of action, and yeah, that all of us doing some great job. So I hope that one day when all the stuff with the pandemic finishes, we are going to have a big party all together, drinking champagne and eating strawberries and celebrating that everything is fine.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Great idea. With that, we thank you all who have followed today. We thank all the participants, and we also thank the technical team and the team leaders that we haven't seen today for their great job with this match. So thank you very much, everyone.
Indeed. Thank you, everyone. Without big team, it wouldn't be possible to organize that for the 3rd time, and before that as well. So yeah, huge thanks, and I appreciate your help very much. So, and hopefully this is not the very last one, and we are going to come back with new formats and new fights. And congratulations to Sweden. I think that was a very well-deserved victory, and yeah, very, very good games.
I agree. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you we don't know what the next event will be, but there will surely be a next event. So
yeah, for sure. So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.